Dear colleagues, dear participants, dear honorable friends, dear diplomatic representatives, media and CSOs, everyone who joined our event today. Our goal is to commemorate an important day, Crimea's resistance to Russian occupation, and we are here to remind that the Russian aggression against Ukraine started with Crimea occupation in 2014, and only after its liberation the just and stable peace will be achieved. That's why we are saying that the starting point is Crimea, and our event is dedicated to people who were fighting for Crimea in 2014, who were resisting, and who are resisting today in different dimensions. And this event is happening with the simultaneous interpretation. You can take the headsets and listen to the interpretation. And also you can watch this event in gesture language. So that's why it's also accessible to other vulnerable groups. And I would like to also remind that our event was made possible, first of all, thanks to our defenders in the armed forces of Ukraine. And this event was organized by the President's Mission in Crimea, by the Crimean Platform Office and the CSO partners, Crimean Human Rights Defender Group and others. And we also would be remiss if we forget about people who died for our liberty. That's why let's commemorate them, civilians and the military alike, for everyone who fought for our country. Glory to the heroes. And in a moment we are going to start and we will begin the welcome speeches. And before that, I want everyone to listen to this and remember that moment when everyone in this audience sang together. And let's keep this solidarity throughout our event. And now I would like to give the floor to Alexander Kornienko, First Deputy of the Verkhovna Rada Chairman. It will be online address. Alexander, the floor is yours. Hello to everyone, dear guests, dear heads of Majlis, dear members of parliament, dear Olga, head of the President's mission. Unfortunately, I have other business to attend in the Verkhovna Rada, but you know that I'm trying to take every opportunity to participate in the events organized by the President's mission and the Crimean platform, because I believe it's really important to everyone. It's important to us to keep up this pace. And today, on this complicated day, on this memorable day, it's important to remember and honor those who are fighting, and we have to also fight for the return of Crimea. And we also have to remember thousands of victims of Russian aggression, including civilians. And the Crimean people, they became the first victims of the Russian aggression. They felt this oppressive apparatus, and there is a huge number of political prisoners in Crimea. It's more than in other cities of Ukraine. The occupation of Crimea has been taking place for the longest period of time, and Russia has continued to oppress the freedom of speech, to oppress people who have pro-Ukrainian position. And of course, we want to draw the attention of the international community to their plight. Crimean platform is working on this. It was initiated by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, to make sure that we engage with the parliamentarians, we engage with the international audience, and we are grateful to everyone who is involved. And of course, I would like to also thank everyone who is continuing and keeps working and keeps doing their own, even small and invisible contribution. Starting from people on the peninsula, we know that there are people there who are doing what we need them to do. And be assured, your contribution will always be valued and will be part of Ukrainian history. And our diplomats, everyone who is working on the international arena, and of course Crimean Tatars who are part of the armed forces of Ukraine are now fighting for our independence. There are very important topics to be discussed today, and I'm grateful to you for organizing this event and bringing up these important issues. We have a well performing track emphasizing that the war started in Crimea, and over the last 12 years this effort has been scaling up and is covering both Ukraine and international community. And we also need to be talking about the future. What future can we have if international community forgets about Crimea? I'm talking about the sea security, sea region security, and other issues. Thank you for these topics, for this discussion. I wish you a productive event. My gratitude to everyone. And let's keep up this attention attention towards Crimea. And sooner or later, Crimea will be liberated, and Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians, everyone who believes Crimea is their homeland, they will be able to come back and put Ukrainian flag there, Crimean Tatar flag there, and celebrate Crimea's liberation together. And we are making our own contribution to that. Glory to Ukraine. Crimea is Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. And now I would like to give the floor to Olga Kuryshko, permanent representative of the President in Crimea. The floor is yours. Thank you, and I welcome everyone to this event. And today, probably every day starts with the same question: how are you after the night? And I'm grateful that despite this night, this difficult night, you found strength in yourself to be here, to be with us, with the President's Mission Office, with our partners who are working with Crimea for quite a long time. It's important to have you here. And I would like to start my speech with a quote. We were building plans, we were building dreams, but now our mother is far from us, with no chance to see each other again. It's the words of a daughter of Crimean Tatar political prisoner Esma Nimitulaeva, who was detained in October 2025. She's now in a pre-trial detention center in Simferopol. What it tells us is a couple of facts. The repressions in Crimea are scaling up, and as long as Crimea is under occupation, no human rights would be restored in the peninsula. We know that there are over 280 people in Crimea who are being persecuted by Russia for their pro-Ukrainian position. And secondly, over the 12 years of occupation, the occupiers in Crimea have killed the childhood of children. We know about children militarization and children deportation and transfer. This crime started in Crimea in 2014, and then it was just rolled up to other regions. Today, we have a request from the President's office. Its full text will be published on our webpage, but I have an honor, I'm privileged to read a couple of quotes from this address that I hope will set will be a kind of a keynote framework for us. 12 years ago, on the 26th of February 2014, thousands of pro-Ukrainian Crimean citizens came to the Verkhovna Rada of Crimea to resist the violations that were happening in the Verkhovna Rada building. And that was the starting point of the resistance that we are remembering now today, and this resistance continues. Today's event is Crimea, the home we are fighting for, and its legal and human dimension of what is happening. Today we have people here who don't make sure that Crimea stays on top of the international agenda. We are grateful to journalists, Crimean Tatars, IDPs. That's what your contribution is, the contribution to liberation. And what I urge the government, the international community to do is to keep in mind, to support and to remember and to work and to defend the front lines we can defend. Our resistance is to speak loud and clear about the human rights violations in the temporarily occupied areas of Crimea. And today, as the President's mission in Crimea, we are focusing more and more on not only Crimea, but also on the spreading information about these crimes that are being scaled up and rolled out to other areas of Ukraine. And Crimea was just a starting point. We are grateful to the international partners and diplomats. Your countries are helping us to keep the Crimea on top of the agenda. We can remember the General Assembly resolution that was adopted on the 24th of February, and it's clearly stated that it is unacceptable to violate the territorial integrity and make any accessions. And we are talking not only about territories, we are talking about people who've been living there for 12 years and now are still resisting. That's why I wish you a fruitful event, and I'm really grateful to you for being here with us. I'm grateful to those people who will be watching us online, and I believe that this event will make it possible to bring up the topics we've been working with throughout all this time and set foundation for the collaboration that we will continue this year. That's why, again, I'm happy to have you here and thank you for joining us.
So let's continue our meeting. We'll continue speaking about Crimea, the home we are fighting for. Now I'm handing over to Deputy Minister Yevhen Parabainis. Hello. So as it was said today, we all know why we're all here. 12 years ago, everything started in Crimea. And exactly then, the world was unaware of the scale of what was happening. Many people just thought it was a local crisis, perceived it that way, but we know now that that's exactly when the Russian invasion started, with the occupation of Crimea. The invasion of Crimea and international legal order. Also, that's when the resistance started. Also, the resistance from people who didn't have to think twice whose Crimea was. It has always been and will always be Ukrainian. And it's not it's a firm knowledge to people who protected their land. And it's been 12 years since the start of the occupation of Crimea. And Russia continues its attempts to persuade the world that Crimea is not on the agenda anymore, that Crimea is now part of what it should have always been. But the matter is not this. If Russia was sure about its history, it wouldn't have been wasting so much effort to subdue and suppress all the attempts of resistance in the peninsula. And now we see the systemic policy of the occupation authorities on altering this reality. I mean, that they're trying to change the demographic of the peninsula, the forced passportization, indoctrination among the youth and children, persecuting journalists, right defenders. The world community is clear. Russia has violated the UN statutes and the Helsinki Act principles, the international humanitarian law. That's why Crimea is on the radars, on the agenda of international organizations and partners. And we know that annually, UN General Assembly, it passes the resolution. And last December, the blueprint was approved and supported by 79 UN members. And you know that an important element to the consolidation of international effort is the work of Crimea platform. And as we know from the results of the 5th summit of Crimea platform, that for the first time took place on the international platform in New York, that it was accepted that the annexation of Crimea will not be accepted, and the members of international Crimea platform also supported the commemorative statement to stand with the international law. And I want to thank President's mission and the advocacy organizations, the experts, the civil initiatives with whom we work on a daily basis to keep the topic of the Crimea in the focus of attention. Crimea today is the place of repression, fear, the place of militarization, the place that is waiting desperately for the ray of light. Crimean Tatars, Ukrainian activists, independent reporters, religious leaders are under pressure. And especially cynical is the persecution of Crimean Tatar people, the ban on the activities of Majlis, criminal cases, and the attempt to oust the Crimean Tatar culture. This is all part of a systemic policy of pressure. But the resistance continues keeping Crimea on the radars of international community. Ukraine will never accept the occupation. We remember every citizen that is in the peninsula, and we continue working to liberate them, to reinstate justice and restore Crimea, because as Olga has pointed out, Ukraine is about Crimea, is about culture, and this is our responsibility, apart from other things that Crimea is. That's why today we should be talking not just about pain and injustice, but also about the future, about the deoccupation, about reintegration, about security guarantees, about human rights, and about justice and accountability for the crimes committed. That's why today is a great opportunity for such discussions about being systematic in our efforts on the state policy levels, about coordination with international partners, about our long-term cooperation that needs resilience, unity, and strategic vision. In the first place, this is the place to talk about and time to talk about people who are living under pressure, who are fighting for their identity, for those who are waiting to go back to their home, to their Güzel Kırım, and I'm sure this day will come. Thank you for having invited me. And I wish everyone a fruitful day. Thank you. I'd like to hand it over to Petra Bayer, who is the president of the Council of Europe Committee and the international relations with Austria, and also she's representing the interests of Iryna Slavinska.
Rose up when their government abruptly abandoned the country's European path. We witnessed the revolution of dignity. In retaliation against the democratic will of a sovereign state, the Russian Federation illegally occupied Crimea, ignited war in Donbass, and in 2022 escalated its aggression into a full-scale war. As we mark 4 years of the full-scale war of aggression, we must remember that Crimea has endured 12 years of occupation, 12 years of repression, forced displacement, and deep collective trauma. As a mentor to political prisoner Irina Danilovic, I have heard first-hand testimonies of life under occupation and the brutal cost of dissent, torture, sexual violence, and other grave human rights violations. Yet Irina, like so many others, stands as a testimony to the courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people. Let us be unequivocal. Crimea is Ukraine. our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, to the rights of Crimeans, and to the release of all political prisoners remains steadfast.
І дуже важливо сьогодні.
So it's very important today, when we talk about Crimea, to remember that it's not just a territory on the map, but this is something very dear to us. And next we're going to see a story about Crimea as a place of childhood memories, of warm sun, of the mountains that many generations remember. To many Ukrainians, Crimea is a home that is living in their hearts, even though we're so far away from it today. Crimea are serving in the armed forces of Ukraine, those who are part of education, healthcare, and other trades, and they're now standing strong to protect Ukraine, and we will see a story of steadfastness and love to motherland. So please look at your screens. So the war of Russia against Ukraine started with the occupation of Crimea, and resistance has been ongoing for 12 years. Today, Crimea, together with the whole of Ukraine, is in part of sport, part of volunteering efforts, and it's fighting for its country. I'm as a director assistant. I'm a marine officer. I work with the railway. I work in a restaurant, and it's a resilient point. I'm a military reporter. I'm a teacher with East European University. I'm a magician. In terms of bringing our territories back, well, Crimea is waiting for Ukraine, and resistance is ongoing. And on this very important note, we can get to our next session, so to say. I'd like to make an important technical note. You know, we were through a hard night, and in case of an air raid alarm, you have an opportunity to pursue your own safety protocols. The closest shelter is with the Teatralna subway station, and we're now on to the discussion that occupation is not a pause, and I'd like to invite here our moderator, Daria Svyrydova, our lawyer and human rights advocate, Olga Kuryshko, Oleksiy Rybykin, Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, Natalia Gontarenko, Head of Ukrainian National and Civic Identity Promotion Department, and Alina Frolova, Advocacy Director at the Human Rights Center ZMINA. Thank you. We have just seen a very emotional video. To me, it's very difficult to start our discussion after seeing it, but we'll do our best. Crimea is my motherland, and this, topic is quite painful for me, and quite complex. But I like talking about it, and I like the way the topic sounds. Occupation is not a pause, and the policies on reintegration and occupation situation in our state, when we have quite a big area of occupied territory, and a lot of people had to flee their homes because of the occupation, and it's obvious that every strand of state policy has to factor in the fact of the occupied territories, and I think that it resonates with the civil stance generally in the society. I have looked up, the recent polls on how Ukrainians treat the issue of occupied territories, and about 70% of Ukrainians perceive the people from the living in the occupied areas perceive them as victims, it seems to me this is a quite optimistic percentage, and the question is whether we transform this civic solidarity into state policies. How are they transforming? Whether they factor in the people factor, and how are we going to build the relations and restore these relations with people who have been under occupation for 12 years, and to whom this ties with Ukrainian is the key factor, risk factor. Now, I'd like to start our conversation with you, Olga. So going back to the title of our panel, that occupation does not equal pause. And the mission office is not the first and is not the only state body that is acting in exile without the full access to the territory, and your institutional experience of working with people who have moved from the occupied territories, and the experience of developing the occupation policies, and your personal experience is a great combination of the mix of our successes and failures. And I would like to hear from you on what is an indicator to you, despite this 12 years of occupation and the aftermath of the start of the full-out invasion, and that the fact that the occupied areas are growing. So in the context of state policies, what do you think is your primary task, your team, so that the state policies are still in touch with the population of the occupied territories, so that for the 12 years of occupation, they don't turn into a mental gap?
Does it work? Yep? No? Once again, does it work? So it means, it's a living process, and it's always good. Thank you. Actually, these are complicated questions, and clearly we are here, it's the 12th year of Crimea's occupation, and there are many things to talk about, and we have to be honest. First of all, the issue of implementing the government's policies around the occupied areas, temporarily occupied areas. What we have to consider is, first of all, that there is a growing number of the temporarily occupied areas, and basically we have areas occupied in 2014, and we have areas occupied after 2022, and other areas that were liberated, and some territories that are still occupied. So as a team, when we discuss and consider approaches, we are talking about the fact that during this period our effort can set the foundation for the policies towards other temporarily occupied areas. Because we've been through this journey, we looked into the challenges raised by the lasting occupation, and after the full-scale invasion, we saw that Russia is scaling up and rolling out the same techniques and tactics that they used in Crimea. I'm talking about forced passportization of Ukrainian citizens, the education system reorganization, textbook manipulation, creating their own narratives. And what we see is that our experience, our sad experience, it can be useful, our learnings, they can be useful to the institutions and people who are in charge of other temporarily occupied areas. Now, coming back to your other question, what's our vision as our task for the President's mission team? We have covered a couple of milestones. We designed a number of documents together with the civil society, with the government, with the indigenous people representatives. And what we are saying is that these documents, they can be used as a foundation, but we should not be complacent. We need to move on. And when we are building the governmental policies, there are two options, basically. First, keep everything as it is and wait until liberation. And there are pros and to support this argument. We don't know the condition that we will get this land in after the liberation, but on the other hand, our institution and the governmental policy, they have been evolving throughout these 12 years, and we need to think what we can do now for the temporarily occupied areas. What are the best practices, both global and local, can be used and integrated already now. And I believe that last year, 2025, became a starting point where we realized this fact. At some point, we looked at different efforts going on, documentation, and forced displacement, and we thought how we can help people abroad, how can we support the education, how we can engage with the youth. And personally, I believe that basically we had to look for ways how to address all these issues, and that made us enabled us to initiate different projects aimed at Crimea's liberation and preparations for that. And if we have time, we will talk about that. But we have our remit under the law, and our primary task today is to look into the challenges created by the occupation. Some of them are obvious, some not. We also have to get the CSO efforts consolidated as a governmental institution, consolidate them around these challenges, and we also need to come up with the insights and recommendations for the government, for the President's office, regarding the solutions that need to be taken and used for the temporarily occupied areas. Thank you, Olga. Can you hear me? Okay. If I may, one more question to you. Clearly, the key challenge over the last years, and of course it was caused by the full-scale invasion, and before, for the President's office in Crimea, it was important to maintain the link with the people in the Crimean peninsula. It was basically your task on an annual basis. You received thousands of requests from citizens regarding different issues related to the occupation and human rights, and it was made possible through your engagement and your direct access to those people. Right now, you don't have this access. Has it changed anything in your work, and how are you setting your priorities? How are you working when you have no longer access? Well, that's the biggest challenge for our institution. One of the key tasks of our mission is to protect rights and freedoms of the citizens in the temporarily occupied areas, but it's hard to do when you don't have access. And on top of that, Russia is persecuting people for communicating with the state that Russia declared as unfriendly and unwanted. That's why people are going through different filtration institutions, and if people have information about their requests for Ukrainian services on their laptop, or they communicated with the Ukrainian governmental institutions, they can spend 5 or 6 years of interrogations in the Crimean Peninsula and may be persecuted. That's why, while communicating, we are focusing on the third countries' territories, because we know that there are a number of waves of people leaving the temporarily occupied areas. It was the first wave was in 2022 after the full-scale invasion. And then different Russia's decisions regarding temporarily occupied areas caused other waves of people leaving the temporarily occupied areas. For example, because of the mobilization or conscription and other decisions made by the Russian occupation authorities. And that's why we are targeting our people in third countries through diplomatic institutions that are representing Ukraine in those countries, and they are directly communicating with people who come from the temporarily occupied areas to those countries. And I believe this is a promising aspect of our outreach activities. And in terms of figures, what I can say is that last year we saw an increase in the number of requests to our mission, around 1,000 plus year over year. It means that there is a demand for information, there is a demand for certain services. But of course, on the other side, we have legislative limitations. Our institution can only work within Ukraine. We have certain remit as a governmental institution, and in foreign countries, only diplomatic institutions can do their job. And it means that we need to expand our partnership with other governmental institutions. And I'm grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We've been working with them for a number of years, and we are deepening our collaboration, not only in representing Crimea at the international arena, but also in communicating with the governmental actors. And of course, sometimes people from the occupied areas, they may reach out to other governmental institutions. I'm talking here about the intake campaign conducted by the universities, the engagement with youth, and this is the reason why we are working with the Ukrainian educational institutions that broadens our access to the Crimean youth, it enables us to communicate with them, who they are unable to speak openly because they have relatives, and it gives us an access to them. Thank you, and I believe it was important to an important thing to hear for people from Crimea. And as a follow-up to governmental policies and this experience and Crimea's future, I would like to turn to Alexei. And your ministry is the key actor within the government, setting the governmental policies around the occupied areas and the human rights of people in the temporary occupied areas and the transitional justice. And the governmental policies around the temporarily occupied areas, it has evolved, and so did the vision and the format of the ministries in charge of this policy. At some point, we didn't have any state institution in charge of that. Then we had a separate ministry, then a ministry of in charge of these issues and also of veterans. your ministry has been put in this arena recently. But still, I believe you have had enough time to get a better understanding of the challenge you are facing and come up with a vision how to address that. And Olga said that when it comes to Crimea, we have a strategic document outlining the liberation strategy and set up the framework for the government and the tasks. But as far as I know, it has not been updated. But still, I know that the ministry is working and to rethink this approach and consider how to work with the reintegration of people for all temporarily occupied areas. So my question to you, what's your vision of the ministry's activities today in terms of implementing the governmental policies around the temporarily occupied areas, and also what are your plans that you would like to outline today? Thank you for your question, and if I may, just wanted to make a couple of reflections. I visited Crimea in 2015, 15 years ago, a couple of years before the occupation. What I was impressed with there was that first event that impressed me, the second event that impressed me happened in the evening, and on the next day we were leaving. It was a business trip. We were eating fish in Balaklava, and we're drinking red Masandra wine. It was really tasty. And what surprised me was the concentration and a huge number of people in different clothing, because we did a number of public events there. And what we saw, a really unwelcoming attitude to our delegation from Crimea. It was 2011, 3 years before the occupation. But already there, we could see that there was something wrong going on there in Crimea. And frankly speaking, the war started in 2014, and the need to shape the governmental policies around the temporarily occupied areas, it basically arose at that time when the first areas of Ukraine were occupied by Russia. But now I suggest that we talk about the challenges that we are facing and that are overcomable. For example, in Ukraine, there has been this very successful decentralization reform. New territorial units were established, and for some reason, Crimea was left behind. And there was also no revision of the governance system in Crimea. And Olga was talking about the president's mission activities, and they are doing a lot of successes, but it's hard because their status as the institution in charge of supporting the president in adopting managerial decisions, I believe this status is not sufficient. That's why I believe it's important to come up with the legislation that we have been produced by our ministry, and it will improve the managerial dimension of the activities and engagement with the Crimean Peninsula. Of course, this is a sensitive issue. There is a certain negotiation process going on, but within these 4 years, over the last 4 years, we've had so many expectations that we will be drinking coffee in Crimea very soon, but unfortunately nothing radical had happened in terms of Crimea's liberation. So I believe first thing we need to make is to revisit the status of the President's Mission Office and make sure that they are able to implement the president's policies in Crimea. Now, when we are talking about Crimea, we believe that at some point it will be liberated. But the issue is that right now we don't have the resource pool for that, right? Human resource pool for that, to make sure that when we liberate it, we already have around 100,000 specialists ready to join the governance system, document the crimes that were there and will be happening until the Crimea is liberated, to restore human rights, to provide public services. There is a lot of work to do, a lot of right things to do. That's why, in order to answer all these complicated questions, we, as the ministry, together with the President's mission and with you, we designed governmental priorities in terms of the temporarily occupied areas, including Crimea, and this document is now under discussion. Soon it will be considered by the government, and this document is covering all temporarily occupied areas, even where we have military administrations of temporarily occupied areas. There is a question around their functions, what their spendings, and this document, it will set a certain framework for the future, and we will try to use it to, together with the President's office in mission in Crimea, with other colleagues, we will try to use it to address different challenges. And there are different stakeholders working with transitional justice, with other issues, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this is a complicated effort. It should be coordinated. And I believe that these new documents and their adoption will enable us to set the human resource pool, talent pool of managers who would be able to work with these temporarily occupied areas, and after they are liberated, they will be restoring the Ukrainian governance there. And this document is focusing the attention of the government on what should be done and what they should do. They should do quite obvious things. They should support continuous connection with people living there. They need to maintain Ukraine's presence, media presence there. They need to document the human rights and international humanitarian law violations. They should monitor the economic, demographic, environmental condition in and different sectors in different lands. As Olga rightly said, we need to understand what will be the condition of this territory when we are when we liberate it, to be able to come up with our own plan, how we are going to reintegrate and restore these territories. There are other important issues. For example, I believe that it's important to make sure that we take as many children and young people as possible from those areas and bring them back here, because we need to make sure that they have a promising future, and without democracy it's impossible. And I'm glad that last year we adopted certain decisions regarding the support for children coming from the temporarily occupied areas to Ukraine. Of course, no parent would let their children go and take this perilous journey to come from temporarily occupied areas to Ukraine unless they know that there is a future waiting for them there and there is a support for them there. Of course, there will be no immediate effect of these decisions, They will be gradually implemented, but they are setting the foundations already now for this system to work. And honestly, it's difficult to talk about Crimea for myself. It's not my homeland, but it's part of Ukraine for me. And when the war started, I thought for myself what I'm going to do. At that point, I was not with the government. I was a regular person. And even before the 24th of February, I asked myself what I'm going to do if Kyiv and Kyiv Oblast is occupied. And this is a complicated question for me. Everyone knows that when the occupiers, during the full-scale invasion, when they entered the Ukrainian territories, they had certain lists. They knew whom to target. And at that point, I made a decision for myself, and I'm sticking to that today. But there are different people. And again, my reflection, I started with a reflection, I'm ending my speech with a reflection. I believe the government should take care of those people who are most vulnerable. Without this support, it will be hard to scale up our policies. So, I would like to thank everyone who is joining these efforts in addressing these complicated issues and designing the policies. We can talk a lot about the policies and territories, we can talk about the legislation, but still, it's the people who are at the center of these policies in those areas under specific circumstances. So, thank you, everyone who is supporting this effort. I'm grateful to the President's mission in Crimea and Olga and her team. And with time, we will design the foundation, future foundation for full-fledged liberation and reintegration of all temporarily occupied areas, including and especially Crimea. Thank you.
And the city of Sevastopol. Thank you, Alexei. If I may, I'd like to clarify on a couple of points. One of the clarifications is very short. So do we wait for the strategy plan for the occupation, which is a roadmap of one of a kind start of and the foundation of all the policies and the stance of the ministry? And the second point, that all these policies should prioritize the youth and children, and it resonated with me, and would like to hear more from the team, from the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. But you know, I've heard of so many cases when young people just leave Crimea despite their parents not willing to, not letting them go, even though the territory was occupied when they were so young, and they wanted to leave, and what they were confronted with is it's just not just going through hell to leave the occupied Crimea for mainland Ukraine. They just what they saw was very often just indifference and the difficulties with paperwork and difficulties in crossing over. So are we going to see in the future more of the actionable steps to improve the reintegration policies going forward. I'm not a great fan of a lot of strategies being in place. So what's the point of us having so many strategies for everything? So we develop the strategies, we build the plans, but so what's next? So we had a discussion with the colleagues on the internal internal displacement movement strategy. We have developed this strategy. We hope that it's now with the Ministry of Social Policy for review. Let them handle it. So from my experience, and so as we went from Donetsk to Domanovo, this is the only mainland passage and checkpoint from through which people can get from temporarily occupied territories to the aggressor state, to Belarus and to Ukraine. From there, we arrived there. We saw everything in a decrepit state, some dead mice, the smell of cigarettes, people sitting under tarpaulin on broken chairs. So that's the welcome we gave, well, Ukraine gave, so to say. We didn't write any strategies, we didn't adopt any acts, we just agreed that we just will use a prefab building. We delivered it in a railway car to Domanovo to improve conditions there. And you can go there and see what are the conditions now. The conditions are different now. People can take a shower. Can you imagine that previously there was no water, no running water, no sewage, nothing, but to improve such things. And in this particular case, there were efforts of international partners as well. I think that this was a good approach, but I haven't finished yet. So in terms of the internal displacement strategy, I was saying to everyone, we have already a strategy, and there is a chapter on internal displacement, and it should sort of cascade to the on the central level. I will foster this cascading, so to say. Then we have a TOT-related law. We have the principles in place. So we have the plan, but how well does the strategy factor in the challenges of today? Because occupation, it is volatile, and it's crawling and changing things. So potentially the strategies that we have do not need to be revisited. Potentially they do need revisiting. Well, what the ministry will do will not stand still. Of course, there will be we will publish things, and we hope Alina will help us. It's better to do something than to stand still. We will, of course, hold to our commitments, and so to be in line with expectations, but also to make our strategies and plans actionable. Thank you, Alexei. I hope the success story with a checkpoint, well, in the same way, the ministry, instead of waiting for global documents and strategies, will pay attention to this big problem and a challenge for the state to support the young people in leaving their efforts to leave the occupied territories. It doesn't require a lot of paperwork. Alona, you have been mentioned, so probably I'll hand over to you now. But a question here. The experience on the development of policies for reintegration and occupation for Crimea, I think it is based on the cooperation between the civil sector and the state, and of course there has been some critique, of course, of the state that the strategies need to be revisited, like the internal displacement strategy that has been mentioned, but I think that it has been a good example of good solid cooperation that has been ongoing for years on how to protect people from occupied territories. This morning, your organization has published a manifesto dedicated to the 12 years of resistance, and I think I found it very humanistic and human-centered, and I'm quite sure resonating with people who have left the occupied territories and who are still living there. And I feel that this manifesto contains some challenges that hasn't been addressed by the state. So what's your take on this? Thank you, Daria, for this question. Thank you, everyone, who this Day of Resistance is personal. I think that all my speeches dedicated to Crimea, I start on the words that I come from Crimea, and I know from my own experience what it is like to lose home. And working on the topic of occupied territories is very personal. And so occupation does not equal pause is the topic of today's session. And I think that it's important to really take it as a foundation for all our efforts as an organization that is a organization that is advocating human rights and cooperating with other organizations, Yellow Ribbon, for example, to support people who are still in the occupation, who have left the occupied territories. And we still have these people. We are in touch with the people, and to develop deeper ties and new ties is highly important. And we need to remember some things every day. The people living in the occupied territories, by preserving their identity, they resist the current regime because they can be prosecuted and sure, and Domanova and the checkpoint and other things. This should be on the state's agenda. And of course, people are risking their lives living in the occupation, but it's not the verdict if they are living there, if they're still staying there, especially amidst this war of aggression. In one closed event, I heard from a colleague who was talking about people living under occupation. He referred to them as cognitively deformed, and I was impressed by this. Him extrapolating his stance as the stance of the whole state body that he represented. And we can see it in some state initiatives and I hope this newly established initiative will not pass and will not be supported, that the people from the occupied territories have to undergo polygraph just to find employment here in the mainland Ukraine. And I think that such initiatives are a strong signal. Without pronouncing it that you're people from the occupied territories and you're putting us at risk. And it's very important to reduce, to mitigate such signals. We need to signal these people that we want to support them as they are organizations that are active in the occupied territories. ZMINA is among such organizations, and cooperating with us can put people at risk. But the readiness of people that are living in the occupied territories to leave for mainland Ukraine is a great sign of the success of our efforts. And the more young people are willing to leave, we view it as the high estimate of our efforts. I would like to give you a personal account, like Alexei gave this trend of personal reflections. My daughter is 6 now, and she was born after Crimea was occupied, and she knows about Crimea from her elder brother's stories and the stories of my relatives who either left or are still living in Crimea. And my daughter, she says that we will for sure go back to Crimea, but only when all the Russians will be thrown away, will be defeated. And this is our high goal, to go back to Crimea, to our motherland, and we're sure that Crimea will wait till the day we are ready to go back.
Thank you for this story about your daughter. And what I would like to ask you, or maybe you could reflect on your activities as an organization. I know that you've been working a lot with European integration, and that seems to be a parallel process to the temporarily occupied areas. But this process and the efforts to speed up it, they are going amid this full-scale war. A large number of temporarily occupied areas, a large number of people being discriminated and persecuted for their connection to the temporarily occupied areas. And at some point in 2017, when Ukraine became part of the Schengen zone, I believe it gave a great impetus, and it motivated people from the occupied areas to maintain the link and fill the link with the government of Ukraine, with the state of Ukraine, because it opened up for them huge opportunities, and it showed that Ukraine's passport of a democratic country opens up doors to other democratic countries of the world. And I believe it facilitated the connection between the government and the temporarily occupied areas. What's going on right now with this connection amid the European integration efforts conducted by Ukraine? Have Ukrainian citizens in temporarily occupied areas not forgotten about Ukraine, about these opportunities? Well, that's an interesting question, and what I would like to say is that Ukraine is going fast through the European integration process, and this reintegration track is a driver that speeds up other issues that have been stuck for years. Of course, there are many of such issues, On the one hand, we realize that there is European Union's position. It was repeatedly articulated to us that you cannot overburden the government with such commitments around, for example, addressing the consequences of the war that will slow down this European integration process. And of course, the government cannot do everything. Some things Ukraine cannot do. On the other hand, it's true that when we are talking about the 2023 principle about fundamental rights, about the different clusters, and neither we nor our partners can persuade us that we have to turn a blind eye to people being discriminated and not allowed to have access to, for example, paperwork. So we have to strike a balance. On the one hand, in the reports and recommendations issued to us by the European Union every year, we see recommendations to make sure that the IDP's rights are maintained. This year, it was recommended to provide or issue Ukrainian paperwork to children born in temporarily occupied areas because it's about the citizenship and the risk of them losing this citizenship. The other point is that European Union should have been more interested around the issues addressing the challenges of the war. I mean, there are a number of things that our partners should be interested in. For example, many Ukrainians from temporarily occupied areas, they are abroad under temporary protection. Some of them left when European countries were open to different IDPs with paperwork, without paperwork, and in the future, when this temporary protection ends, the temporarily occupied areas residents that don't see any possibilities for them in Ukraine, they will want to stay in Europe using different refugee and asylum mechanisms, and we don't want to see that happening. The government of Ukraine is not the reason why Ukrainians need temporary protection. The reason is only one: it's Russia and Russia's war. But the fact that they don't have paperwork, it can be an issue that the government of Ukraine has to address. The government has to issue passports, birth certificates, and other paperwork to enable the citizens to prove their identity. Secondly, there is the issue of around lustration. It's not there in Ukraine, but we need to have it in place to overcome the challenges of the war. And civil society is suggesting that we need to introduce the lustration tools to make sure that we address the impact of the Russian Federation. And again, the European partners should have been interested more in that, because when we become part of the European Union, it's important for us to do some internal checks and vetting to make sure that we address the Russia's influence. So there are a number of issues we can work on together, and we also, of course, need to tackle discrimination. We need to ban it for LGBTQ community, for national minorities. But we also have to remember the issues around the origins of some people who lived in the temporarily occupied areas. That's why you have to use the law the law should apply equally to everyone. Thank you. I believe that's really important, and it's quite a recent challenge that you are highlighting, and it's a chance to improve our policies and to address the discrimination that is happening. Now, Natalia, what I would like to ask you is the key issue of this panel. We've been talking a lot about the youth, about engagement with the youth, not only as a focus of the governmental policy, but also as a backbone of the governmental policies and the liberation and reintegration processes, and your ministry is in charge of the youth policy. And could you please tell us, first of all, about the initiatives that you've already launched or have in the pipeline to reintegrate the youth from the temporarily occupied areas into Ukraine mainland? And how do you see your role in promoting the Ukrainian identity among the Ukrainian youth from the temporarily occupied areas, who quite often may not remember Ukraine as a state, or sees Ukraine's flag on banned websites, and in some hidden talks they discuss Ukrainian statehood with other peers, even sometimes without their parents knowing. And I believe that's an important issue for the government. We hear about that from the president, from the government. Could you please tell us about that more? Thank you for this question. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to welcome all the participants of this event. When it comes to the Youth and Sports Ministry, apart from the policy, youth policy, we are also implementing the policy aimed at promoting Ukrainian and national and civic identity. And when it comes to the temporarily occupied areas and the situation there, including in Crimea, we see systematic violation of human rights, systemic effort to Russify and weaponize and militarize the youth and children in Crimea. We are monitoring this situation, monitoring all these processes. They are complicated and systemic, and there is certain legislative work going on to support that. In 2022, they adopted a relevant law aimed at patriotic education of Crimea's youth. In 2025, they designed an action plan by Russia aimed at patriotic and military patriotic education of the youth. And we can see that the veterans, so-called veterans from the special military operation, they are being engaged in school activities, and we can see a rise in the number of military and patriotic clubs who are basically militarizing the youth and preparing them for becoming the members of their armed forces in the future. It's a huge challenge for us, and when it comes to what we as the ministry are doing, what we can say is that there are three sections, three work streams. First, the legislative framework. We have the relevant law on the government's policy on identity and a number of legislative acts. We have the governmental program aimed at promoting Ukrainian national and civic identity until 2028. We have a relevant strategy until 2023 and the action plan. And the cornerstone of all this effort is our work to get the youth reintegrated and to engage with the temporarily occupied areas residents. When it comes to our activities, is that right now we are focusing our attention on creating certain digital repository of products that can be used both in mainland Ukraine and temporarily occupied areas. Yes, we understand the challenges and risks. For example, if children and youth visit certain websites, Ukrainian language websites, there are certain risks, but we are hosting these products on YouTube and other platforms, products aimed at promoting Ukrainian history, Ukrainian political figures, Ukrainian statehood, the dissident movement, the resistance movement participants during the Second World War. We post podcasts with the participants of with the servicemen. We are producing this type of products, we are promoting them, and when it comes to people in the temporarily occupied areas as well as Ukrainians abroad who left Ukraine because of the full-scale invasion, all these products are available to them. There is also a web portal focused on the Ukrainian identity. It is maintained together with the Digital Education Association, and this website has a number of podcasts and trainings that enable our citizens to maintain their link with the Ukrainian state. There is also initiative for CSOs. There is a financing competition which is aimed at promoting identity. And one of the tasks under this competition is to shape Ukrainian identity, civic and national identity for temporarily occupied areas residents. And there is a deadline nearing. We are nearing the deadline. We have received a number of applications, and we will see what the projects we will have. And the Commission will decide which projects will receive financing. Now, when it comes to another work stream, is we are it's around coordination of our efforts. Our ministry, we have Ukrainian National and Civic Identity Board that involves our ministry, our minister, Maitrin Bidny, and deputy head of Ukraine's president's office, Olena Kovalska, and the National Defense and Security Council chairman Umerov. And when it comes to Crimea's resistance and governmental efforts coordination, I should mention Olga's support in that. On the 3rd of February, we had an event dedicated to the preparations for this day, for Crimea's Resistance Day. And we discussed the topics that we are going to raise and highlight. We had the Ministry of Education involved. We received different insights and recommendations, and the framework was outlined for the government at the central and local levels, how to act, what to do in terms of preparations for this day and throughout this year, what should we do to keep this issue high on our agenda. We understand that it's an important activity. We believe that Crimea is Ukraine, and we are doing our contribution to make sure that once this area is liberated, we can quickly step in and take part of the reintegration process. And when it comes to reintegration, we are supporting the efforts to train and prepare the specialists for our talent pool. We are working with Ostroyska Academy. We are preparing the specialists, and 100 specialists have already been trained. They now have the tools to work with all these issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia. Well, in fact, we have now some time for Q&A for the floor, if there are questions. And if there are some, or while our participants are considering, I have one more question. You know, one of the participants of this panel should have been Rafat Chubarov, head of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. So what my point is that the protection of indigenous people is part of the policy of integration and reintegration and occupation when it comes to Crimea. So in this regard, maybe you, Olga, or you, Alexei, have to add something. What are the priorities now in the realization of such policies for the state? So I will probably talk more on our experience of cooperation, because some, you know, things are natural, and it has always been like that. And when we speak of Crimea, we speak of indigenous people of Ukraine, peoples of Ukraine, and interaction of the mission of the president and the representatives of indigenous peoples has been ongoing and quite solid even before I joined the mission. And for some things, it seems like they have always been like that. But I revisit it from time to time, and when we speak of revisiting the approaches and strategies for the occupied territories, and we have experience of communication with indigenous peoples, and I will expand on this, why it matters and why the efforts are standing, because it's also important, but it is also important to consider the views of the wider circle of people. We speak of Crimea, but we also can touch upon the national minorities when it comes to other occupied territories. So because after Mariupol, Melitopol were occupied and other territories, the voices of different national ethnic groups become louder, voicing their need for self-identification and as a group to align with the state. And there is a group of national on the issues of national policies, which constantly works to consolidate the work with national minorities, and there was a congress last year, and we saw these representatives live. We heard their stance. They have a stance regarding their temporarily occupied home. Going back to our cooperation, to our communication, all the papers, all the developments are shaped together with the representatives of minorities. So it's a pity Rafat couldn't make it, but he is now in Germany, and I'm sure he did well in representing Crimea at a number of platforms there. But what we do is a systemic and consistent outreach when it comes to national minorities, like Dernex, for example, these are people who left Crimea at different times from out of different reasons, and they are the intermediary as the carriers of historic memory, and they are one of the mediators in establishing the platforms, the events that support the topic of national identity of Ukraine, and they constantly support the programs and the events that Ukraine organizes. We have a strategy of development of Crimean Tatar language and literature development, and we work hard to let the permanent commission or committee function in this regard to support the topic of multifaceted aspects of Crimea, Crimean culture also, and bringing back, and the idea of bringing back Crimea. Crimea has always been the territory of Ukraine. There is a big number of people who are prosecuted, the political prisoners, most of these people are Crimean Tatars, and they know what may await them, what risks may await them when they speak out loud their pro-Ukrainian stance. That's why our task as a state is to support the representatives of indigenous peoples as long as we can. The topic of territorial identity has been brought up, and we have lots of regional military administrations, and in the regions they set up hubs to support IDPs who are relocated. We know the experience of Mariupol and other cities and regions, but we need to generalize these experiences, probably to rationally use the resource of the state bodies. So we have worked on the order, on the decree, and it is now with the government for review on establishing the centers to support national identity. This regards also the people who have relocated from different parts of Ukraine, and this is on how to support people in receiving public services, but also on how to preserve the local identity, even in the new host Harmadas. And we will see how it's going to work, to operate, whether if the center is going to be useful, then this practice will be scaled up. In addition, I think that it's important to understand, per different estimates, 4.6 or more million people that are internally displaced, and it was supported by a number of research efforts that these internally displaced people, they managed to settle down quite well in their host Harmadas. It's not about them not willing to go back home. It's about the fact that Ukraine is a big country, and each place has its identity, and despite this, people have a chance to integrate. I was in Perichin in Transcarpathia, and I saw a city there where relocated business from Donetsk region is working, and these are modern, energy efficient homes, and the responsible business invested $300 million there. And to me, it was interesting to find out whether there have been any tensions, because people from Kharkiv, from Dnipro, from Zaporizhia came there, and I was told that there were conflicts, but now there are none, or their people are doing more or less okay. And of course, out of 300 million, that was invested, of course, many people came, and now there is an increase in rent by 30%, because, or maybe the people, this city is of course too small, wasn't ready for such influx. We have a document that regulates different aspects of civil security, and it's important to me also because our ministry also coordinates the evacuation processes. To me, it matters that the evacuation of people ends with what are the options, how it may end. It ends with going back to people's homes. Not. It doesn't end with integration. It ends with going back home. And may every person has this chance to go back to their home, to Ukrainians that are serving in the army, to those who have left for other countries. So, and may it be as a result of coordinated efforts of our partners, of our state bodies, of our security actors. I believe in this, even though we're in the second day of the 5th year of the full-out war. Yes, going back to the indigenous peoples, I agree that the protection of the indigenous peoples is a great responsibility of the state. And this date to mark this years of resistance was set exactly on this date, because on this date there was a rally organized near the Majlis in Crimea. So do we have any questions from the floor? Thank you for your presentations. Igor Lasovsky's Deputy Head of Ethnic Policy and Freedom of Expression Committee. Some years ago from Russia to the territory of Crimea, there was a great influx of Russian population, among them different officials and security forces, among other people, and we realize that there is now a new generation of Russians living there, and if the occupation does not come close, we realize there will be another generation. Even though, Russia is an empire of evil, and if it doesn't cease its existence as all other empires, British Empire was the last one to collapse. The same is going to happen to Russian Empire. But do we have it in the strategies? Are we ready? Are we prepared to face this period, and what are we going to do? So some people will, of course, go back to the parts of Russia that will still remain after the collapse of the Federation, of the empire, but there is a stance, a position that children are not responsible for the acts of their parents. How are we going to handle it?
I know that there is some issue with the microphones, that's why let me repeat the question if you don't mind. I think during the break we will address that and we will fix the microphones. Your question was about the decisions and suggestions and proposals will be made by Ukrainian government regarding the presence of foreign citizens, we are talking about Russian citizens. It's clear about the situation of the adults is clear, but there may be several generations of Russians, including Russian children born in Crimea and are illegally staying in the temporarily occupied areas, right? Yes, okay. So we have considered this issue, and I think that's also my personal experience is relevant here as an expert who was working on the strategic document around the first steps after the Crimea is liberated. And from what we designed and came up with, and this issue was one of the most triggering questions. What do we do about people who, Russian citizens who are in the Crimean Peninsula? There are many answers, many suggestions. Ukraine is limited in terms of the national legislation and our own will. We are limited by our own will, by our legislation. That's why we had many ideas about those illegal aliens in Ukrainian lands. There is also international law limiting us in that regard. And despite we are a country that is experiencing a brutal war, we are sticking to the international law provisions, and under the international law it is forbidden to collectively expel people from your lands, and we have to abide by these rules. We have discussed that with the border patrol service because it will be their remit, and there is a clear governmental position on that. When it comes to adults, people of other countries who are illegally in the temporarily occupied areas of Ukraine, who violated the rules for Ukrainian border crossing, and if children were born from Russian citizens, they are themselves Russian citizens. It means that the legislation would apply to them as well, equally to both adults and children. Yes, we can talk about the family reunion in that regard. We never talked about separating adults and children. I mean, we should have a comprehensive, holistic approach towards this situation, but we are never talking about family separation. Right now, in the Ukrainian law, we have a sufficient toolkit to address this issue. To conclude my remarks, and I'm grateful to you for this question, I think I would like to share positive things with you from what we saw as a team. The more Ukraine has capacity to act towards the temporarily occupied areas, the less Russian Federation representatives are in the temporarily occupied areas. When Ukraine started to actively take active actions, I think everyone remembers that meme. Let me remind about that. It's so good here, I even don't want to leave. You may remember that meme. So there was a rise in the real estate sales, and it means that people who are there illegally, they know they are aliens there, and when there is active effort from the international community, from Ukraine, they take up their things, they pack up their things and leave. So if there will be a need to address this issue, there will be few who are left. They have certain motivations, and it will be a separate issue to address. Yeah, and quick remark from me. If we conceptually decide that all Russian citizens are to leave, we are facing a number of technical challenges, and we hope that Ukraine's migration service and the internal affairs ministry, they will discuss this issue and engage in a dialogue, because it will be really different from how do we differentiate between Ukrainians who got Russian passports in Crimea and the others, the Russian citizens who were issued Russian passports in Crimea, and how do we address the risks of them committing different acts, terrorist acts? But we have to come up with political solutions. There are many adults in Crimea. That's why we need to quickly launch passportization process there, and hopefully we will be ready for that time. Thank you, colleagues, and unfortunately this is where we have to end our discussion. I'm grateful to every speaker for your open and nuanced discussion. No occupation is going to last forever, and that's what has been proven by the experience of many countries who have survived for decades the occupation, and it tells me that we will be able to liberate Crimea and other temporarily occupied areas. The key thing is that we have to be ready for that. I think we will be able to continue this discussion over the coffee break, and I want to thank everyone who supports this effort. Thank you.
Дякуємо за цю
Thank you for this important and rich discussion, and now we are going to have a coffee break. And I would like to draw your attention to the exhibition that we have in the foyer. It's centered around the stories of political prisoners. And second thing you can do today, you can write a letter to support Crimean political prisoners. And we will see each other, and we will get back at 12:30.
Дякую. І останнє уточнення, якщо можна. Чи очікувати на полегшення проходження процедури ідентифікації для молоді, яка не має українського паспорта, але має українське свідоцтво?
1, 2, 3.
З цим є великі проблеми. Вони довгий період часу чекають в третіх країнах на посвідку на повернення.
Дякую за запитання. Воно не є прямо
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
території України, але
1, 2.
ми усіх зусиль, щоб зняти найбільше всі перепони, які заважають людям повернутися додому, повернутися в Україну.
Я вам дуже дякую за приділений час. Дякую. Все, ми йдемо на канал, але у нас є проблема. У нас на 14:30 звідси. Надай спосіб. Тому що на 14:30 спершу тебе є.
Я з міста Феодосія, там народився. Зі своїх 29 років життя я 20 там прожив. Я ветеран. У мене загалом, мені здається, таке глибоке прив'язаність, відчуття до малої батьківщини.
Коли я ріс в Криму, в мене в дворі росли і ростуть досі лимони, велика кількість теплиць. У нас є лимонарій і в нас вдома, і вдома у мого брата.
Доктор філософських наук. Взагалі я сама із Криму народилася в Сімферополі. Я людина абсолютно кримська. Я коли лягала там спати в Криму, я знала, де у мене перекоп, де у мене, з якого боку, справа чи зліва, чи де Мисая, чи де Міганом, чи де Тарханкут. Я все це чудово знала. Я відчув, тобто я отак ментально дуже прив'язана до цієї землі.
Я працюю в Укрзалізниці. Я народився в місті Севастополі у 95-му році. Прожив там щасливе життя до тимчасової окупації.
З 97-го року я військовий журналіст, бо я зріс в такому маленькому, але військовому містечку Балаклава, де були підводні човни і моряки. То я своє майбутнє бачив лише у військово-морській формі.
З 2003 року по 2014 рік я проходила військову службу в Сімферопольському прикордонному загоні, який дислокувався в Автономній Республіці Крим.
Я сама з Криму, з міста Сімферополь. Я завжди казала, що я не переїду з Крима, бо моїм батькам важко вдалося переїзд з Середньої Азії до Криму. Вони дуже мріяли про це. Це наша земля, і ми приїхали, щоб жити тут. Ми жили своїм життям, жили в Криму, жили в Україні. І ніколи не думала, що може хтось прийти і змусити нас жити по-іншому.
Раз, два,
Раз.
Те, що сталося в 14-му, зайшли російські війська. Було дуже страшно, по-перше. Як якась така темна сила на тебе насувається, і ти нічого не можеш зробити з цим. Ми з чоловіком домовилися, що ми просто, коли була така нагода, ми просто проходили по місту і бачили російських солдат, тоді ще зелених чоловічків на чергуванні. Я просто підходила і казала, ви ж розумієте, що це все незаконно.
Мені було 19 років, коли я вимушено покинув Севастополь та переїхав до Києва, тому що там немає свободи слова, і там за свою думку, яка не подобається власті, можна і термін отримати.
Я пам'ятаю, як останній раз там капітан першого рангу запросив Каліжнюк, Ігор, запросив мене до себе, говорить, у нас буде серйозна подія, вихованці ліцею, вони попрощаються з прапором. Вони попрощалися з прапором. Потім зайшов старший мічман, старшина якогось з курсів. Він йому дав напутственне слово. Він обернув вокруг тіла прапор, бойовий прапор ліцею, сів в свої «Жигулі» і поїхав на Миколаїв. Таким чином він зберіг головну святиню військової частини – бойовий прапор. Так багато хто виїжджав з Криму, захватив з собою лише якісь там особисті речі, але для мене, як для військового моряка, сама головна річ – це кортик. Для мене головне було вивезти його. Я його на себе, як себе скотчем прив'язав.
Я служу в Державній прикордонній службі України, а саме в морській охороні. Коли надійшла така інформація про окупацію, ми вийшли в море та деякий час, незважаючи на дуже погані погодні умови, а вони були складні, був шторм, як завжди, зараз пам'ятаю. Ми перебували декілька діб там, безпосередньо в морі. До моменту, коли ми отримали команду перейти в місто Маріуполь. Мій батько, ми разом проходили службу, але, на жаль, у 24-му році він загинув. Я продовжую службу, бо я мушу. Я в душі військовий, я давав присягу, і я не можу це кинути, поки це все не закінчиться.
Я відчувала страх, але до того моменту, поки зі мною була моя донька, моя дитина. 1 березня з міста Хмельницького приїхав потягом мій батько і забрав мою доньку, тому що їхав останній потяг на Київ, Севастополь-Київ. Ми якраз купили останній квиток для батька. Я пам'ятаю, коли вже потяг вирушив. Вибачте. Щас. Коли потяг вирушив, я стояла на цьому місточку. Я плакала, я не усвідомлювала, чи я побачу свою дитину. На цьому моменті мій страх зник.
І покажем, що ми браття козацького.
Я в кінці 2019 року, в жовтні місяці, долучився вже безпосередньо до лав Сил оборони. Служив бойовим медиком в морській піхоті. Я на той момент вчився на 4-му курсі в Таврійському університеті, я вчав там історію. І я після 3-го курсу влітку пройшов вишкіл батальйону госпітальєри. Це на той момент був просто найкоротший шлях потрапити теж на війну. І в жовтні 19-го року я поїхав так на першу ротацію в місто Мар'їнка. Весь цей період, майже осінь, зима, весна, я був під Маріуполем. Навчання відбувалося офлайн, тобто я сидів там в якихось підвалах, робив там ці всі якісь реферати, роботи.
Журналіст, спортивний функціонер. Займаюся цим саме журналістикою вже понад 17-го року, це 9 років. І з 20-го року займаюся саме спортом в плані менеджерства, в якості функціонера, для того, щоб реінтегрувати наших спортсменів, залучати в Україну саме з окупованих територій, щоб вони не представляли країну-агресора, а представляли нашу країну. Один з них повернувся в Україну, навіть не дивлячись, що він молодше 18 років. І сьогодні у складі збірної України чемпіон світу нещодавно став.
Живу в Києві вже 11-й рік. Працюю менеджером в ресторані «Мусофір». Наш ресторан допомагає військовим, ми збираємо кошти. Коли почали виключати світло, то ми запустили пункт незламності. Ресторан працює не як ресторан, а як іменно пункт незламності. Ми даємо людям тепло, світло, чай, каву.
Ми маємо Крим повертати не тільки заради нас самих, а також заради того народу, який не має іншого місця на землі. Це за рахунок Кремли, для них, кримських татар.
Фронт він один. І я знаю, що чимало кримчан воює. Наприклад, хочу згадати свого теж одногрупника, з яким ми в Таврійському університеті навчалися, Сашко Кравченко. У нього позивний Крим, і він служив ще там року з 15-го. Він, на жаль, по-моєму, в квітні 14-го, 24-го, 22-го року він зник безвісті на Луганщині. Якщо вживати в одному реченні слова там «боротьба» і Крим, то це в першу чергу про таких людей, як він.
Кожне покоління в Україні проходить свій жорстокий іспит. Іспит на людяність, іспит на витривалість, іспит на віру в нашу Україну. Дивлячись на те, що відбувається сьогодні, як всі на своїх ділянках – військові, лікарі, журналісти, енергетики, залізничники, волонтери – всі борються, всі докладають максимум зусиль, щоб доказати ворогу, що нас не зламати.
Я коли їздив на зйомки до військових в зону бойових дій, і там віри дуже багато. І в моменті мені здалося, що в повернення Криму вони, військові, які там, вірять більше, ніж я.
Я купив цей квиток. Я купив квиток на потяг Київ-Севастополь, коли він буде деокупований. Зараз він висвітлюється на центральному залізничному вокзалі. Так. І, звісно, мрію про потяг до Севастополя.
Надія на повернення Криму додому на підсознательному рівні, це когнітивний рівень. Маємо вірити, кримчани мають вірити, що про них тут не забули, що ми завжди з ними, вони завжди з нами. Про всіх вас пам'ятаємо, ми обов'язково прийдемо, обов'язково відсвяткуємо перемогу разом.
Я з міста Феодосія, там народився. Зі своїх 29 років життя я 20 там прожив. Я ветеран. У мене загалом, мені здається, таке глибоке прив'язаність, відчуття до малої батьківщини.
Коли я ріс в Криму, в мене в дворі росли і ростуть досі лимони, велика кількість теплиць. У нас є лимонарій і в нас вдома, і вдома у мого брата.
Доктор філософських наук. Взагалі я сама із Криму народилася в Сімферополі. Я людина абсолютно кримська. Я коли лягала там спати в Криму, я знала, де у мене перекоп, де у мене, з якого боку, справа чи зліва, чи де Мисая, чи де Міганом, чи де Тарханкут. Я все це чудово знала. Я відчув, тобто я отак ментально дуже прив'язана до цієї землі.
Я працюю в Укрзалізниці. Я народився в місті Севастополі у 95-му році. Прожив там щасливе життя до тимчасової окупації.
З 97-го року я військовий журналіст, бо я зріс в такому маленькому, але військовому містечку Балаклава, де були підводні човни і моряки. То я своє майбутнє бачив лише у військово-морській формі.
З 2003 року по 2014 рік я проходила військову службу в Сімферопольському прикордонному загоні, який дислокувався в Автономній Республіці Крим.
Я сама з Криму, з міста Сімферополь. Я завжди казала, що я не переїду з Крима, бо моїм батькам важко вдалося переїзд з Середньої Азії до Криму. Вони дуже мріяли про це. Це наша земля, і ми приїхали, щоб жити тут. Ми жили своїми життя, жили в Криму, жили в Україні. І ніколи не думала, що може хтось прийти і змусити нас жити по-іншому.
Те, що сталося в 2014-му, зайшли російські війська. Ну, було дуже страшно, по-перше. От як якась така темна сила на тебе насувається, і ти нічого не можеш зробити з цим. Ну, ми з чоловіком домовилися, що ми просто, коли була така нагода, ми просто проходили по місту і бачили російських солдат, тоді ще зелених чоловічків, на чергуванні, то я просто підходила і казала: ну ви ж розумієте, що це все незаконно.
Мені було 19 років, коли я вимушено покинув Севастополь та переїхав до Києва, тому що там немає свободи слова, і там за свою думку, яка не подобається власті, можна і термін отримати.
Я пам'ятаю, як останній раз там капітан першого рангу запросив, Каліжнюк Ігор, запросив мене до себе, говорить: у нас буде серйозна подія, вихованці ліцею, вони попрощаються з прапором. Вони попрощалися з прапором. Потім зайшов старший мічман, старшина якогось з курсів. Вот, он ему дал напутственное слово. Он обернул вокруг тіла прапор, бойовий прапор ліцея, сів в свої «Жигулі» і поїхав на Миколаїв. Таким чином він зберіг головну святиню військової частини – бойовий прапор. Так багато хто виїжджав з Криму, захватив з собою лише якісь там особисті речі, але для мене, як для військового моряка, сама головна річ – це кортик. Для мене головне було вивезти його. Я його на себе, як собі скотчем прив'язав.
Я служу в Державній прикордонній службі України, а саме в морській охороні. Коли надійшла така інформація про окупацію, ми вийшли в море та деякий час, незважаючи на дуже погані погодні умови, а вони були складні, був шторм, як завжди, зараз пам'ятаю. Ми перебували декілька діб там, безпосередньо в морі. До моменту, коли ми отримали команду перейти в місто Маріуполь. Мій батько, ми разом проходили службу, але, на жаль, у 24-му році він загинув. Я продовжую службу, бо я мушу. Я в душі військовий, я давав присягу, і я не можу це кинути, поки це все не закінчиться.
Я відчувала страх, але до того моменту, поки зі мною була моя донька, моя дитина. 1 березня з міста Хмельницького приїхав потягом мій батько і забрав мою доньку, тому що їхав останній потяг на Київ, Севастополь-Київ. Ми якраз купили останній квиток для батька. Я пам'ятаю, коли вже потяг вирушив. Вибачте. Щас. Коли потяг вирушив, я стояла на цьому місточку. Я плакала, я не усвідомлювала, чи я побачу свою дитину. На цьому моменті мій страх зник.
І покажем, що ми браття козацького.
Я в кінці 2019 року, в жовтні місяці, долучився вже безпосередньо до лав Сил оборони. Служив бойовим медиком в морській піхоті. Я на той момент вчився на 4-му курсі в Таврійському університеті, я вчав там історію. І я після 3-го курсу влітку пройшов вишкіл батальйону госпітальєри. Це на той момент був просто найкоротший шлях потрапити теж на війну. І в жовтні 19-го року я поїхав так на першу ротацію в місто Мар'їнка. Весь цей період, майже осінь, зима, весна, я був під Маріуполем. Навчання відбувалося офлайн, тобто я сидів там в якихось підвалах, робив там ці всі якісь реферати, роботи.
Журналіст, спортивний функціонер. Займаюся цим саме журналістикою вже понад 17-го року, це 9 років. І з 20-го року займаюся саме спортом в плані менеджерства, в якості функціонера для того, щоб реінтегрувати наших спортсменів, залучати в Україну саме з окупованих територій, щоб вони не представляли країну-агресора, а представляли нашу країну. Один з них повернув.
Вітаю всіх. Продовжуємо роботу нашої сьогоднішньої зустрічі.
So we resume our today's meeting titled Crimea, the home we are fighting for. And before I introduce our next panel participants, just wanted to note that in the building where we're today is an exhibition that covers the resistance, and you can see the stories on the boards and the portraits of the lead actors of this movement. And you can write a letter to the illegally detained Crimeans. There are over 200 of them that are illegally detained by occupier authorities. And the Crimea platform joined the campaign to accumulate money to support the initiative, and you can as well join. So Crimea has become a testing ground for the war of technologies, and it's important to be aware that this discussion proposes to view the Crimea as an epicenter for global maritime security, where scenarios are being tested that could determine the rules of the game in the world seas for decades to come. So our moderator here is Alina Frolova, Deputy Chairman of the Center for Defense Strategies, Iryna Frolova, Mikhail Honchar, President of the Center for Global Studies Strategy 21, Editor-in-Chief of the Black Sea Security Magazine, Pierre Carlos Andey, Center's Program Officer at UNEP in Ukraine, and Pavlo Goldin, Doctor of Biological Sciences, Professor, leading researcher at the Schmalhausen Institute of Zoology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Hello. Happy to greet everyone present here. So when it comes to Crimea platform, to Crimea, with the start of the full-out invasion, from the positive things, well, Crimea stopped being like a separate topic that has always been out of the brackets, so to say, and on the other hand, it is an occupied territory, and all the developments, all the work that was worked out by the mission of the president, and in terms of documenting the crimes, it is now. They are now informing all the efforts that are ongoing in the whole of Ukraine. So now it's difficult to separate the topic of Crimea from other current events, but this platform we can use to talk about Crimea, about the maritime situation, and about the security, and about the war against Ukrainian people that is ongoing. Crimea has become a start, and all the military experts know it's a very handy platform for the projection of the Crimea being a region, sort of a region to the empire. And when it comes to the Black and the Sea and the Sea of Azov, the practices that Russia has been applying, they have been known. Blocking part of the sea ways, and spoofing, and hampering the normal maritime ways and pathways. But Russia has turned all these practices not into the hybrid war, because it's more about a physical influence, but in the form of a war that doesn't really draw a lot of attention from the military experts, from the human rights defenders. But what happened afterwards, following the events of 2022, Russia has lost an opportunity of direct military influence because of the efforts of the armed forces of Ukraine, of our security sector, but it is using all the capacity of its maritime forces to launch their missiles against continental Ukraine without using its fleet for a physical military influence. And in this, under these circumstances, we can see a balance that Ukraine holds on the sea with sporadic peaks of activity and normalization of the limited warfare. So, as though this maritime war, it has been off the radars of our international partners, so it's somewhere quite in the periphery, so we can see even on the media that there is some danger in a couple of titles, and let's do something about it. But the Black Sea strategy is not really big for them, because it should be just a strategy, a part of any war strategy. It's just that on the sea, the shaping of a new style of war is taking place. So the situation is that there is the problem, but it is non-existent. And because all the practices that Ukraine and Russia has been using, they have the impact on all the operations in other seas. Ukraine has a capacity to reach to further locations than the Black Sea. The US has been using the opportunities of war pressure, and it has been using it to their own benefit, to lesser extent against Russian fleet. So this normalization of maritime pressure, so to say, has turned into a widespread practice that has been applied to other seas, and it is a bad trendsetter of a new configuration of maritime security, but it gives us a space, a chance to work out new maritime security rules, and here Ukraine can be a flagman, a leader, and because we can work out a vision, because we have enough potency, and we have the experience that no other country has, unfortunately, well, for now. So when we speak of security today, we'll try to cover energy security, transportation security, environmental security, which is an essential part of any ecosystem, maritime ecosystem functioning. So I will start with a general question. I'd like to hear from the experts on what we can do to counter this normalization of the abnormal, what is going on in the Black Sea and in other seas, that important things tend to be off the focus. And the problem of the maritime security and going back to the normal functioning or shaping the new rules so that this discussion at least is at the inception stage. Mikhailo, over to you, maybe? Yes. Hi. Thanks for having me. If we act within the framework of UNCLOS, UN International Convention on Maritime Law, it will not have any effect. So without creating a special mechanism that will make the aggressor to go back to status quo ante, this will be just a dead end without this in place. And Russia has been doing this with certain purpose. Then, of course, we can initiate discussions. We can even start a direct line of communication with Moscow and with Putin, but it will have little to no effect. Unfortunately, messages really they go through very badly to Russian leaders, and we also can see what the Trump's administration is doing. So going back to the situation in the Black Sea, that we can see that not just the Crimea, the occupied Crimea, but the Azov and Chernomorsk seas have become a platform and a ground for Russia's war of aggression. So it has become the aggression has become a new normality. So, GPS spoofing, well, it's not that scary. It's not that big. So we have been we have been working on Black Sea security publication in Ukrainian and Russian, in Ukrainian and English, and we knew what Russia was doing, because we knew that what I have described are the perfect ground for honing the warfare technologies, and we realized that already before the start of the war, the rhetorics of Russia was that back in 1999, when the pipeline when the Blue Strait pipeline was still about to be launched, because the depth of the Baltic Sea is not the same as the depth of the Black Sea, but even Americans, they knew who the enemy was, and when Ukraine announced about its intention to join the North Atlantic Treaty, it automatically turned into an enemy. And we saw the blocks, the automatic blocks of North Sea Basin, where the Solar Sea 4 booking for joint military training was taking place. What Russia did, they applied for this training, but they cut off part of the seas, and Ukrainian said that it cannot be tolerated. Where they said that, okay, so we need, this territory will be enough. This will be enough for us. And then when in February they just in 2014 they just installed the sea block, and then the cruiser Moscow, it was sunk anyways, and we can now see a more impudent behavior of Russia, not in the Black Sea only, but in the Baltic Sea, with this oil traffic, and this is to undermine the activities of Europe, and so whether the efforts of our European partners are visible in terms of sanctions, we see that the sanctions do not give effect in terms of stopping the Russian aggression, but we can see that as you have correctly pointed out, that we are forced to act against Russians with military methods, not just in the Black Sea, but also all the seas have to limit Russia's activities. So this is probably my last remark. Yes, we would probably need to introduce some strict amendments to the UN Convention, but we remember that it was initiated in 1982 and it was adopted in the 1990. It was such a complicated process. It took years for any amendment to take place, to take effect, but if some ad hoc measures could be applied, this would inflict some criminal responsibility for carrying Russian, for carrying, for example, Ukrainian grain. Yes, there is a list of tankers that are under sanctions, but the leadership of these tankers, they cannot be held accountable, but they have to be criminally accountable. There should be some criminal responsibility for them. Yes, we know of cases when such ships were closed, were stopped, but there were no serious criminal responsibility. Yes, there was this tanker that was stopped, and the leadership was taken to German court, where no responsibility was inflicted on them. So we understand that it's a full wartime, not peacetime, that is going on in Black Sea. So there is nothing left for us but to act, but to use harsh measures, than to use force. And we have been discussing on how this should be done in Ukraine. And so we have developed certain action protocols, but if we combine with a certain political will in place, which I haven't seen a lot lately. So a year ago, I was in European Parliament committee committee session. And Maria Straction-Bergen is in charge of this committee, so I brought back this issue, but it was well received, but I cannot see any progress. Yes, on the European level, there have been certain drafts of resolutions, but we need to be active on our side. We need to take concrete steps. So I'm promoting here our publication. So sorry for that, but it's very useful. Dmytro Stiblik and Alexei Besarabov was the political proxies. Political prisoners of Crimea. They have been imprisoned for years now, and back in the times when they founded this publication, they warned about the aggressive line of behavior of Russia that seemed to be invisible to others. So this we can see Ilya, that in Baltic Sea the efforts of Nordic states are centered on how to ensure the security of the Baltic region, and we have a situation when, on the one hand, we try to suppress the illegal actions on the end of the Russian fleet. On the other hand, Ukraine is trying to also protect its trade pathways to at least be able to perform its trade in the limited scope. So what are the tendencies there? What else we can do to more actively stimulate our partners, including the Black Sea countries, to be more active in terms of protection, in terms of impact? Because generally about 500 ships worldwide are under constant re-registration to aid Russia's efforts. What tendencies do you see?
Well, quite an interesting question, and hello to everyone. And my response basically will be based on the first question we were discussing. And it's difficult to say anything, to add anything to what Mikhailo has said as a distinguished expert, but let's look at it and explore what the military situation is in Crimea, including the Black Sea Fleet. And we see that during the occupation and before the occupation, the Black Sea Fleet, they are not kind of military force that is used by Russia. Basically, it's a structure that is using its resources to commit terror, to try to block transportation routes, to minimize Ukraine's capacity in terms of grain exports. They turned the Black Sea in basically a testing ground to try out these hybrid tactics, like shutting off AIs. They are using the shadow fleet. They are intimidating the insurance and broker firms to achieve their goals. Because Russia, overall, they are trying to make money on chaos. They are creating chaos. They are getting prices up for different products and commodities and making money on that. Unlike the democratic world, making money on setting the rules. So we have to understand the situation. And from the intelligence perspective, Russia is not affected and by any major statements. Their actions should be revealed, their actions should be prosecuted, and they should know that they will pay a price for these actions. That's when the mechanisms start to make influence. And no red lines will be effective unless there is some package of approved measures behind them. And it's an issue right now. Right now, the international law doesn't have the mechanisms to search ships, to seize them. There have been cases, including on the part of the French, but these ships are used for intelligence activities, for sabotage. They are launching drones from these ships. That's why this maritime law and maritime security, it's undergoing a stress test, and Crimea and the Black Sea, they should not be a place where this situation is going to be frozen. We need to be able to collect the evidence there in order to transform the international law and enable the international community to realize how important the maritime transportation is to both economy and security, including global security. So, first of all, what I believe is that we need to respond. And as we discussed during the first issue, the threat is that Russia hopes that the situation will get normalized, the international community will get adopted and will be okay with what is happening, and we cannot let that happen. This year, Russia wants to intensify and take as much effort as possible to get Crimea occupation legalized. And our job is to make sure it doesn't happen. We need to put mechanisms in place. We need to have international tribunals in place to recognize that and rule that Crimea's occupation is a war crime. As their dictator said, they turned the peninsula into an invincible submarine that they are using to attack civilians, to conduct intelligence operations, because all of their assets, military assets, are there. So, in NATO terms, they tried to create so-called AD zone, basically area without access, but Ukraine used asymmetrical means. We didn't use straightforward tactics. We used technology to create our own AD zone. We blocked the Russian Black Sea Fleet in Novorossiysk, but they are trying to evade our blockade and are launching missiles. So they still have terror tools, and they are still posing a threat. Secondly, what we can do is that we can use this, we can make this hybrid aggression more transparent. And it's basically what we are doing as intelligence. We are trying to expose their logistics, we are trying to expose the beneficiaries and many other things. That's why we are working on this. We are sharing our information with the partners, and it basically launches in new sanctions against these actors. That's basically in a nutshell. Thank you. Yes, there is a lot of effort going on around regulation, around documentation of Russia's acts and indirect consequences of this aggression, and our government and experts and international organizations are taking part in that. And on this note, I would like to turn also to the environmental dimension, because we have forgotten about that. We are now focused on physical survival. But given the scale of what is going on in the Black Sea, we have missiles being launched, we have missile oil contaminating the sea. we have many biodiversity lost because of the military activities, and the Kakhovka Dam that has heavily impacted the environmental condition in the Black Sea and the entire region. All of this is going on, and frankly speaking, maybe in some environmental or biodiversity protection communities there is some effort, but on the surface we don't see that. It's being lost amid the military operations and lives being lost. And what is going on right now in this dimension? And is there any assessments of Russia's impact? Is there any documentation of Russia's crimes in the environmental area? And what is going on at the international arena in terms of the response to such crimes committed by Russia? I would like to ask this question to our two participants. Pavlo, let's start with you for you to sum it up, and then we will move on to the international community. Hello to everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for this question. It's true, what we are seeing, what we have been seeing for 12 years, it's a huge challenge, and it has a huge impact on the environment. And as we can see, Russian occupiers are using military tactics and non-military tactics to achieve their goals. And the professional community, including the biology community, we see that as a set of means that are affecting the Black Sea, including such things as the construction and maintenance of the Kerch Bridge. Technically, it's officially it's construction, but essentially it supports the Russian war machine. It enabled, in certain respects, the full-scale invasion. So what we can say is that over these 12 years, unfortunately, Crimea and the Black Sea have been turned into a hybrid war laboratory in terms of their impact on the environment. Apart from nuclear and radiation threats and the biological weapons, all other contaminations with heavy metals, with organic substances, biological contamination because of the invasive species entering the Black Sea from the Shadow Fleet tankers. Physical contamination with different things, acoustic impact of different frequencies being used by the ships, electromagnetic influence from different sources, air contamination, and up to fires that are probably the most dangerous. And of course, the military waste like mines and explosives, as well as shipwrecks. On the other side, we have such things as the landscape being transformed as a result of military activities, as a result of Kakhovka Dam destruction. And as a result, we have this regional scale catastrophe resulting in climate being changed not only in the Black Sea region but also probably in the entire Europe. And one more point, the other activities that are ongoing, like the construction of Kerch Bridge, they are all affecting this region. And both military and non-military activities, they should attract and warrant the same response, basically. If Russia is transporting oil, petroleum products, and Russian tankers break up in the Black Sea, it results in oil spill. On the other hand, flour oil was spilled because of the Russian bombardment from the Ukrainian ports. And both of these phenomena are causing a lot of damage to the Black Sea environment. So basically, the response should be the same. And there is no point in trying to differentiate between the causes of this environmental damage. And one more component in this is the researchers being thrown into jail, researchers involved in the environment protection. The most blatant case is the case of Leonid Pshenichny being imprisoned. It's a marine biologist. He was focused on the Antarctic region, and Russia accused him of trying to foil their plans to exploit the Antarctic region resources. And that's why the Crimea issue is basically scaling up to the global level. So what we can do about that, how can we counter that? As my colleagues have said, what we can do is we can basically use radical measures, radical responses, such as kinetic response. Basically, Ukrainian armed forces are the best guarantor, the strongest guarantor for the Black Sea region's security. But we also need to use other conventional and institutional mechanisms of influence, including some practical actions that we can take right now, here and now, and we will achieve some outcomes. I mean, I'm talking about different national and international initiatives around Black Sea demining, because mines are one of the biggest threats to the immediate danger, as well as to the long-term future of this region. And another point is, another measure is we need to create nature conservation areas in the Black Sea. And even if they are now occupied, by outlining and setting these areas, by defining and establishing these areas as nature conservation areas, it will mean that we will have to create certain protection mechanisms for these areas going forward. And taking this opportunity, as we are speaking and discussing today on the day of Crimea's resistance, we have to also be mindful of the indigenous peoples and their rights. Thank you. Thank you. And as a follow-up to this topic, Pierre, what's the international community's vision of these topics, of these issues? What we can do right now, how the international partners can step in and help in terms of immediate challenges? How can we preserve or stabilize the environmental situation? And if we dream of the future, are there any plans for the future in terms of restoring the thing which seems so dream about thing? Still, but we have to try to achieve it.
Well, millions of questions. I'm very happy to be here today. It's a sad day, but it's an important day, but I'm very happy to be here. And also, as somebody coming from Venice, I have a special attention and attraction to Crimea, which was, to a certain extent, for a short time period of time, under our, let's say, co-sponsorship, so to speak. So I feel a special attention to coastal areas and to peninsulas and to Crimea in particular in Ukraine. Your previous question was there's no attention or no visibility on environment. And it's true. We say that the environment is the silent victim of every conflict. And is often the most forgotten one. It's clear that in a war, during the war, the priority is humanitarian and military aid, no question about it. It's obvious that they need and deserve the attention and the priority. But still, environment is suffering a lot from the war and from the conflict. And also, very often, it's very difficult to make news with environment. Often, the governments and the international partners, they want numbers, big numbers. What are the damages? I mean, a few days ago, together with the World Bank, we have launched the Rapid Disaster Need Assessment for 2025 of Ukraine on what are the damages caused by the war in Ukraine. Well, it's very difficult to calculate the damages in monetary terms to environment. You can give an average price to a house and calculate how many houses were destroyed. And the moment you rebuild it, the house provides the same system and the same services. It's very difficult to give a value to a forest. The forest is not the amount of trees that you have there. You can replant the trees, but the forest will take the same number of years which took to that ecosystem to mature to be back to the same level of ecosystems. This is what we saw when Kakhovka happened. True, it was an artificial lake, but it was a very stable lake in its water level. It had swamps, it had wetlands, so it was an ecosystem, and it was providing ecosystem services that even if tomorrow we rebuild the Kakhovka Dam, we will not have immediately the day after. And this is something that is very difficult to give a monetary value. How can I value the ecosystem services that bees, flies, nesting birds can provide to the population even, in terms of value of products, in terms of honey production, in terms of berries, in terms of this and that. So those are very uneasy to calculate damages, and are often the one that you will never be able to recover. You can rebuild a road, you can rebuild a house, you can rebuild an hospital. You cannot give back lives, and you cannot give back environment. And this is something that we tend to forget very often. Now, what we are here, and I moved to Kyiv 3 years ago already, and we came because of a specific request by the Ukrainian government. Come and help us assess the damages of the environment by the war. We don't have access to the occupied territories. We don't have access to validate the data. So when, for example, in December 2024, the 2 oil tankers sank in the Kerch Strait, we were not able, despite a request by the Ukrainian government, to go and assess the real damages caused to the environment. We were able to use satellite pictures, we were able to use remote sensing, but we were not able there to collect samples to see the exact amount of damage that was there. The same goes mostly for Kakhovka, because a lot of damages were downstream, and the downstream is partly under temporary occupied territories. So for us, and especially as UNEP, so a very scientific organization, for us it's very difficult to give numbers, to give information when we are not able to validate the numbers, and we are not able to validate the numbers if we cannot go and have access to that. The other important thing is what we are always, let's say, promoting as UNEP is the regional dimension of the war. We were looking at the Carpathians, is a transboundary and regional ecosystem, but the same is for the Black Sea. And this is where we started looking at the Black Sea, because the Black Sea is extremely important to make the rest of the world aware that this is not a war in Ukraine, of Ukraine. It's a war of regional and global dimension and impact. And not only from the grain production, but even from the environment point of view. So we are trying to raise the profile of that. We are trying to raise the profile of a regional dimension of the war, because the consequences are felt beyond the Ukrainian borders. We know that there are landmines that are found in the shorelines of Bulgaria, of Turkey because of the movement of the water in the Black Sea. It goes from Ukraine to Moldova and then into Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. So it goes in an anti-clockwise movement. So normally the pollution that is caused by the war goes to the other countries. It doesn't stay in Ukraine if you want. So this is something that we are trying to raise the attention of, that we are receiving quite some, let's say, support from the international partners. There are mechanisms which were there to look at these items, such as the Black Sea Commission, but the work of the Black Sea Commission is basically stopped because it needs to work on consensus. And this is where we get stuck. And this is also why there is a Mediterranean action plan. So we have a convention for the protection of the Mediterranean, which is managed and administered by UNEP, which is trying to help and has a cooperation agreement with the Black Sea Commission to see how we can help and, let's say, somehow close the gap while they are unable to fully operate to their capacities. So this is something that we really are trying to look at. Let me just show you two things. So we brought, and is available there, this publication on the Black Sea green recovery. I understand it could be seen as a dream, especially from a Crimean point of view. But we need to remain dreamers and believers. At least in the UN, I think this is our mandate, to look into a positive future rather than a sad reality. And just to show you how we are extremely conscious and respectful of the violation of the territorial integrity, the first map we have shows the Black Sea before 2022. There is nothing beyond. For us, that is the freezing moment of how the situation should be and needs to return, which shows how Ukraine had the largest shoreline of the Black Sea of all the countries. It has more shoreline than any other country in the Black Sea. And then, as it was said also by Pavlo before and by other colleagues, yes, there is a lot of problems on the pollution. You have the dolphins swimming on the landmines and the water mines, and you have the pollution coming from the sinks, from the oils and whatever. It's a very delicate environment, an ecosystem, because it's a closed one. The Black Sea is almost a huge lake. It has a very small channel of communication with the Mediterranean, which is also a very small closed sea because it is limited in its connection to the oceans. So it's a very fragile ecosystem, and it needs to be protected. It needs to be taken into account in the damages caused by the war, and it needs to be restored as soon as possible, because if it is gone, it's gone forever. And a lot of the pollution of the Black Sea comes from the land. All the bombings on the land are causing discharge of pollutants in the Black Sea. And the recovery is coming from the land. The sea is not polluted by itself. It's us polluting the sea. And so we need to start looking into the green recovery of the coastal areas, because this is where the pollution goes into the sea.
Так, да.
Yes, sea is a substance that can quickly sink the evidence of ecological crimes of the Russians. That's why it would be great to combine the opportunities of intelligence with the opportunities and with the potential of leading scientists, because the intelligence knows about context, and the scientists and researchers, not just by monitoring but also by documenting the crimes, to make this documentation, protocolization efficient. Unfortunately, there is no definition to ecocide regarding the Ukrainian context, but in the context of war crimes, like the destruction of the Kerch Bridge, Kinburg Strait destruction, the Russians could not be oblivious to the fact that they are committing an ecological crime. And it would be a step towards prohibiting the further spread of such crimes. And as it was said today, it's important not just to follow the track of responsibility, of accountability, holding the state accountable, but boiling it down to the specific officials that are behind these crimes. That's why the collecting of evidence is important. The experts' work is the quality of expert work matters, so that it's taken then from the international perspective, not just from the local perspective, so that it's effective in international courts going forward. Yes, I think that Mr. Sante will take this point, and we have examples of international organizations, of civil society organizations for documenting the crimes that are taking place in occupied, liberated territories where there is a high presence, dense presence of international organizations and our lawyers. And I think in other panels we will expand on that, and this documenting of those crimes that Russia has been committing in this sphere and other spheres will be welcome, and the exchange of contacts will also be beneficial. I would like to hear from each of the panel participants, just briefly maybe, what do you define as priority actions for the closest future to avoid this normalization, maybe to achieve stabilization, or to move towards the firmly set strategy, the Black Sea strategy? So just I would like to hear from you before we move on to Q&A. So the priorities, your organization's priorities, your personal priorities, and Ukraine's priorities. So I would probably split my response in a short-term and middle-term perspective, medium-term perspective. So the short-term perspective is to prevent Russians from using Crimea and the Black Sea Fleet as a tool for A2ID, and so that the intelligence department of Ukraine is always seeking the elements to A2ID system, radars, S-300 jammers. We do this not by using technologies, but you know that the main Directorate of Intelligence has done several reconnaissance raids and to eliminate Russian units that collect intelligence data, but also in terms of medium-term perspective, it's important to prevent Russia from using Crimea as a future logistics ground, to pose a threat to Crimea and to Black Sea countries. It's possible to do through raising the cost of upkeeping for Russians of their troops in the region. Also, it is possible through developing joint mechanisms, like, for example, a joint demining group containing Turkish specialists. It doesn't it won't cause escalation. So it's It's a good mechanism. So also we need to think on what is going to follow if a conflict is frozen on the ground. So what are the guarantees for maritime security are going to be? Like the Turkey, for example, blocked the pathways and doesn't allow the Russian fleet into the Black Sea area. So for us, it's very important that this should stand before the full deoccupation of Crimea, so that the Russians cannot use Crimea by using the potential of the Black Sea area. So General has afforded the comprehensive vision. I would call it compulsory demilitarization of Crimea through the efforts of armed forces, the main directorate of the of intelligence, the Ministry of Defense. We can see a serious progress in this direction. So Russian aggression started from Crimea, and there it should end with fatal consequences for Crimea that we see. So, of course, we need to be decisive. We need to act within the formal frameworks to be created with the European Union and so on. But for example, the coalition of the willing contains people that understand and are aware of serious threats generated by Russia in Black Sea area and also in the Baltic Sea. But there should be a comprehensive measures. We need to act together as part of the coalition, together with the coalition of the willing, to prevent the to promote the criminalization and personal responsibility, accountability for the leadership of military tankers, of the whether you need to be these people should be held accountable. No matter whether they are transporting Ukrainian grains or Russian oil. So with this heightened pressure from the coalition of the willing and the actions of the armed forces of Ukraine, the military actions, could give an effect when the price of aggressors' efforts will be too high. But the essence is that we need to immobilize the enemy by destroying their capacity in the Black Sea area, or to make those that capacity to make this capacity unworkable, unusable, by also working against the new warfare methods. So what priorities do you see for yourself and for the community, Pavlo? The priorities are the same. In the first place, it's estimate, diagnostic, and the direct action. In terms of diagnostic is the assessment of the effects of the impact and also the assessment of the events that took place in the past. I'm very thankful and I really support the ideas of General that the archived data, if they could be made available the archive data from 2022. And also, of course, it depends on the concrete steps of the research groups or of the relevant actors. Of course, the priority among the priorities is the demining and the careful handling of weapons, of explosive ordinances, and the mines, to find safe ways to clear them, and also what our government agencies could do, and also through the from the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Republic of Crimea.
Is assessing the current situation and the damages. This has two purposes. One, possible legal claims against the aggressor, and we need to be able to know what is the situation to be able to reclaim the damages to the aggressor, but also as a scientific basics for the preparation of the reconstruction. The reconstruction of Ukraine will need to be based on scientific and solid ground. It cannot be based on, I think, I heard, I read on Facebook, my mother always told me, and you know, for an Italian, the mother is important, but not to this level to invest all the money of the reconstruction into something which is not super scientifically solid. And on the other side is exactly be ready for reconstruction, which could, and I fully understand that it could be very far away or seem far away, but it will be a very short window when it will be. If we are not able to bring the money that will be available for reconstruction down to the ground immediately, it will vanish. We have seen in 4 years of full-scale invasion how the attention to Ukraine went into waves, how it's easy that something which happens on the other side of the globe takes away all the attention, but also the resources, the monetary resources. So unless we are able to bring immediately the funds that are available down to the ground, it will be a missed opportunity. But to do so, we need projects, we need scientific data, we need people ready to do it. We need to have all the machinery ready. Because otherwise the windows of opportunity will be very short, and it would be a double loss for Ukraine. That will be another fight, another battle to fight for Ukraine. It will be the one of the reconstruction and the recovery.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to hear it from international representative of international community.
I'm ready to move on to the Q&A. I will repeat your question.
Igor Losovsky, Ethnical Policy Department. Since 2022, there was a myth around how to build and strengthen security in the Black Sea region, and this myth was there. There was negotiation, collaboration. All 6 Black Sea countries were working together. Is this mechanism working still? Are there any outlooks for this mechanism to be restored? Second brief question. In the Soviet Union, and my mother told me about that, in the Soviet Union they had, in Feodosia, there was a depot to store nuclear weapons. Is this, these weapons are still there? And last question, in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, Ukraine adopted maritime strategy, if I'm not mistaken again. Does this strategy envisage building a military fleet in Ukraine? Thank you. Mikhailo, if I'm probably we will start with you. Okay, let me start with the last question. As I was part of the intergovernmental group, intergovernmental team working on the strategy as part of the Ukrainian government, and right now there is a task force to implement this strategy under the Ministry of Defense. The strategy is there, but there is a number of challenges around how do we get about implementing that, and there are obvious answers to a number of challenges. I'm not going to repeat ourselves. I mean, the kinetic force that the armed forces of Ukraine are using, and that's obvious even without a strategy. There are other issues, and I'm happy that you raised this issue. For example, we should have adopted a law, and there are documents in place that have been designed about the territorial sea in Black and Azov seas that are fully occupied by Russia. And there are cross-departmental barriers, which I believe is unacceptable amid war. So, I mean, the strategy is there, and there are actions and there is an effort undergoing. It's more or less aligned with the strategy, but quite often, and it's all as it often happens, there is a strategy and there is something going on along these lines. I'm not saying it's good, just stating the fact, state of the fact. And when it comes to international mechanisms, yes, we have Black Sea 4 on paper, but these mechanisms are ineffective because they are consensus-based, and if Russia violated the rules of the game in the Black Sea, everything collapsed, basically. Can we restore their effectiveness again? I don't think so. Russia is not showing any willingness in the Black Sea and other areas to any willingness to collaborate. And your second question about Feodosia 13. Okay, maybe General would be able to tell more. There have been different data. There has been different data. We have been monitoring Russia's efforts before the war to do something about that, and before the full-scale invasion. But from what we saw Russia doing in terms of putting nuclear weapons in Belarus, or at least purporting to do so to influence Europe, which the Kremlin believes is intimidated, and they think they need to do more to intimidate Europe even more. When it comes to Feodosia 13, I don't have any clear data on that, but before, yes, I think even they prepared some infrastructure to use this infrastructure at some point, but probably the General has more details. Thank you, Mikhailo. The issue is not that not about the nuclear weapons, are they in Crimea or not. It's true that Russia is spending billions of dollars to build up the military infrastructure in the Crimean Peninsula, including those nuclear weapons storages. And Russia and their strategy is to influence different conflicts, and they are trying to manipulate these conflicts to achieve their goals through the influence on the international community. This strategy was described back in 1959 in a British journal. I forgot its name. If anyone interested, please come to me after the panel and I will tell you. So it's true. Russia is using this leverage, and when they need another escalation, we will learn about that. As Mikhailo said about Belarus and their efforts to put nuclear weapons there. there is no reason militarily to put nuclear weapons there, because Russia has already capacity to transport nuclear weapons anywhere around the globe, and they can target the Northern Europe and other countries. They can blackmail them. So it's about a more complicated issue and the challenge of the Crimean Peninsula being occupied. Thank you. Any other questions? Well, there are two questions from online audience. Probably first question to Mr. Sunday. Can you qualify the environmental damage in Crimea and Black Sea as a form of ecocide? And are there any international mechanisms to document these events, and are they effective? And the second question is to Ilya. Is there any risk of the Black Sea scenario repeating itself in the Baltic Sea or in other seas?
There is no international definition of ecocide which is fully accepted, and especially in the UN. So it's a terminology that I would not be allowed to use. There is a growing attention to the topic. It is, of course, maybe very easy to use for PR purposes, but sometimes it's not productive because some countries do not recognize the terminology of ecocide, and so they may feel, let's say, distance from this kind of approach. So I think we need to speak about damages to the environment and environmental consequences of the war. That is more an acceptable term than ecocide, even though I understand that it is, from a PR point of view, more catchy. Having said that, yes, there are ways and methodologies to assess the damages on the environment. What is more difficult, as I said before, is to quantify them and to monetize them. And this is where there are some calculation methods that especially the World Bank has developed, for example, on the value of a wetland per square kilometer. But there is not a unified value on damages to seas, to biodiversity, to forests and whatever. So it's a difficult and it's a challenging thing. It's something that the international community is looking, because we always want to pay for ecosystem services. And if you have ecosystem services, you should be able to value them and to monetize them to a certain extent. But it's very difficult. Sometimes they are immaterial. I mean, the pleasure that walking into a forest which is cold during the summertime, or walking in the mountains and picking up mushrooms, how can you evaluate that in terms of monetary terms? But there is a whole social dimension, there is a whole recreational dimension that the environment can provide that is immaterial and incalculable. I mean, you cannot calculate. So it's a challenge. Is what I see again as I'm always trying to see the positive side, is something that we haven't had in previous conflicts. I mean, what we need to give credit to President Zelensky is that he immediately included environment in one of the 10 peace points of the peace formula, and that there was immediately an attention to the environmental dimension of the war since day one. And is something that brings Ukraine as an exemplar for also other countries, unfortunately facing wars, on how the attention on environment is in a difficult time. The other question was, yes, sir.
Квінтесенція нашого спілкування.
Well, essentially what we are talking today is that we need to make sure that these practices that Russia is using against the Black Sea, and we need to make sure that the environmental community does not get used to it, and it will guarantee that in other countries, in other regions, including Baltic Sea and other countries, Russia will not be able to use these tactics again. That's why we need to start rethinking the international maritime law, to make sure that we have leverage and we can block this shadow fleet. We can make the use of different flags more transparent, the use of different flags by these ships, the absence of insurance in case of shadow fleet, the other challenges that we are facing. Maybe we need to consider setting up a task force to counter the laundering of money, and we need to exclude the flags out of the flag register, the flags that are used for the shadow fleet. Or we should apply sanctions against the brokers that are enabling the use of cash for insurances for the shadow black fleet, for the shadow fleet. So we have to start and act now to make sure that Crimea doesn't turn into a situation where we will have again piracy and other chaos in the sea. We need to bring it back to rule-based order. Just to add, I'm taking part in different formats. I'm working with Baltic Sea region partners, and in that regard, what I would like to say is that it's impossible, probably, to have the Crimean scenario being repeated. But what Russia is feeling right now is that they are squeezed between the NATO Baltic countries in the Baltic region. Before that, Finland and Norway were neutral, but now there are new NATO members. There is some Swedish strait that is available to them, and I believe that they may try to capture part of the monsoon archipelago, which is owned by Estonia. It's not only my opinion. This year in Davos there was an interesting discussion around that, and the Bundeswehr professor Carlo Mazzallo, he basically said in the same along the same lines. And apart from that, we also need to draw attention to what I have focused on, the Svalbard archipelago. It has an important role between the Northern Atlantic and the Western Arctic region. It's like a gateway. And it has a special status. It is demilitarized under the 1920 treaty. It's a sovereign area of Norway, but there is no military force there. It's out of NATO, out of other areas and treaties. Russia has been looking at it for quite a while. They are trying to set the ground for their claims, and the Nazi fleet, they captured this archipelago and they used it to keep in place and block the shipping from the US to the Soviet Union. So it's really important to us, and the reason why these scenarios can speed up is that, on the one hand, the US appetite for Greenland may motivate Russia to take steps toward this direction. On the other hand, Rob Bauer, former military NATO committee chairperson, at one of the events last summer, he made an unacceptable comment. He was asked what NATO is going to do if Russia doesn't capture Estonia or Latvia, but if they capture some village in Estonia. And he said, and I believe it's unacceptable, he said, well, we will have to look, probably we will not need to use Article 5 of the NATO treaty to protect some inch of the NATO territory. And it means it's like a green light for Russia. They see what can be the repercussions. Yeah, we are coming back to the normalization of this war. Yeah, unfortunately it's true. Any other questions?
One more question from the online audience, probably for Pablo. Have there been any instances of living creatures extinction in Crimea? Unfortunately, yes. I cannot, I don't have 100% evidence to prove it, but there have been reports for potential extinction of one species of snails and being extinct, and due to the situation in 2019-2020, and also the Xanders extinction in the waters of Azov, in the low waters, and we can track the damage from fire or from flood, but with biological species, it's you need to have evidence on the ground to research it, and I wanted also to add to the reactions of panelists that there is a threat of scenarios to be repeated in Arctica and Antarctics, in Arctics and Antarctics. And in terms of the international mechanisms to be actionable, the conventions that were based on consensus, they stopped functioning because of misuse of such conventions by certain states. There should be some mechanisms enforced that are not based on any consensus. I think that it's a great statement to finish our panel here. Drawing conclusions on what we have discussed, Ukraine is in the state of war. Ukraine perceives all its actions through the wartime reality, and unfortunately some partners, they do not take it as a global threat, using some civilian methods against the threat, unaware maybe to the full extent on the ecological threats, and at certain point they may be irreversible, this passiveness. Either we lose our grounds, which is in fact the whole point of Russia's aggression, or we build our new grounds, and we need to really drive our partners to the understanding this year of the events in the Black Sea as a part of a security operation that needs to be enforced. We need to take it to the next level of logistical mechanisms, and we saw how the military acted in the COVID times. There was no point, it was pointless to introduce the military approach, but the military were part of it. So there is the right time to use the military logic and to use it not just on Ukraine but worldwide. So to those who hear us, we're not just calling upon you for support, but just calling upon you to keep Crimea on the radars, to prevent this normalization of abnormal. Thank you, panelists. It's been fruitful, and I have learned a lot on the ecological component, and thank you, Olga.
міста Феодосія, там народився. Зі своїх 29 років життя я 20 там прожив. Я ветеран. У мене загалом, мені здається, таке глибоке прив'язаність, відчуття до малої батьківщини.
Коли я ріс в Криму, в мене в дворі росли і ростуть досі лимони, велика кількість теплиць. У нас є лимонарій і в нас вдома, і вдома у мого брата.
Доктор філософських наук. Взагалі я сама із Криму народилася в Сімферополі. Я людина абсолютно кримська. Я коли лягала там спати в Криму, я знала, де у мене перекоп, де у мене, з якого боку, справа чи зліва, чи де Мисая, чи де Міганом, чи де Тарханкут. Я все це чудово знала. Я тобто я отак ментально дуже прив'язана до цієї землі.
Я працюю в Укрзалізниці. Я народився в місті Севастополі у 95-му році. Прожив там щасливе життя до тимчасової окупації.
З 97-го року я військовий журналіст, бо я зріс в такому маленькому, але військовому містечку Балаклава, де були підводні човни і моряки. То я своє майбутнє бачив лише у військово-морській формі.
З 2003 року по 2014 рік я проходила військову службу в Сімферопольському прикордонному загоні, який дислокувався в Автономній Республіці Крим.
Я сама з Криму, з міста Сімферополь. Я завжди казала, що я не переїду з Крима, бо моїм батькам важко вдалося переїзд з Середньої Азії до Криму. Вони дуже мріяли про це. Це наша земля, і ми приїхали, щоб жити тут. Ми жили своїм життям, жили в Криму, жили в Україні, і ніколи не думала, що може хтось прийти і змусити нас жити по-іншому.
Те, що сталося в 14-му, зайшли російські війська. Було дуже страшно, по-перше. Як якась така темна сила на тебе насувається, і ти нічого не можеш зробити з цим. Ми з чоловіком домовилися, що ми просто, коли була така нагода, ми просто проходили по місту і бачили російських солдат, тоді ще зелених чоловічків, на чергуванні, то я просто підходила і казала, ви ж розумієте, що це все незаконно.
Мені було 19 років, коли я вимушено покинув Севастополь та переїхав до Києва, тому що там немає свободи слова, і там за свою думку, яка не подобається власті, можна і термін отримати.
Я пам'ятаю, як останній раз там капітан першого рангу запросив Каліжнюк, Ігор, запросив мене до себе, говорить, у нас серйозна подія, вихованці ліцею, вони попрощаються з прапором. Вони попрощалися з прапором. Потім зайшов старший мічман, старшина якогось з курсів. Он ему дал напутственное слово. Он обернув вокруг тіла прапор, бойовий прапор ліцея, сів в свої «Жигулі» і поїхав на Миколаїв. Таким чином він зберіг головну святиню військової частини – бойовий прапор. Так багато хто виїжджав з Криму, захватив з собою лише якісь там особисті речі, але для мене, як для військового моряка, сама головна річ – це кортик. Для мене головне було вивезти його. Я його на себе, як собі скотчем прив'язав.
Я служу в Державній прикордонній службі України, а саме в морській охороні. Коли надійшла така інформація про окупацію, ми вийшли в море та деякий час, незважаючи на дуже погані погодні умови, а вони були складні, був шторм, як зараз пам'ятаю, ми перебували декілька діб там, безпосередньо в морі. До моменту, коли ми отримали команду перейти в місто Маріуполь. Мій батько, ми разом проходили службу, але, на жаль, у 24-му році він загинув. Я продовжую службу, бо я мушу. Я в душі військовий, я давав присягу, і я не можу це кинути, поки це все не закінчиться.
Я відчувала страх, але до того моменту, поки зі мною була моя донька, моя дитина. 1 березня з міста Хмельницького приїхав потягом мій батько і забрав мою доньку, тому що їхав останній потяг на Київ, Севастополь-Київ. Ми якраз купили останній квиток для батька. Я пам'ятаю, коли вже потяг вирушив. Вибачте. Щас. Коли потяг вирушив, я стояла на цьому місточку. Я плакала, я не усвідомлювала, чи я побачу свою дитину. На цьому моменті мій страх зник.
Покажем, що ми браття козацького.
Я в кінці 2019 року, в жовтні місяці, долучився вже безпосередньо до лав Сил оборони. Служив бойовим медиком в морській піхоті. Я на той момент вчився на 4-му курсі в Таврійському університеті, я вчав там історію. І я після 3-го курсу влітку пройшов вишкіл батальйону госпітальєри. Це на той момент був просто найкоротший шлях потрапити теж на війну. І в жовтні 19-го року я поїхав так на першу ротацію в місто Мар'їнка. Весь цей період, майже осінь, зима, весна, я був під Маріуполем. Навчання відбувалося офлайн, тобто я сидів там в якихось підвалах, робив там ці всі якісь реферати, роботи.
Журналіст, спортивний функціонер. Займаюся цим саме журналістикою вже понад 17-го року, це 9 років. І з 20-го року займаюся саме спортом в плані менеджерства, як в якості функціонера, для того, щоб реінтегрувати наших спортсменів, залучати в Україну саме з окупованих територій, щоб вони не представляли країну-агресора, а представляли нашу країну. Один з них повернувся в Україну, навіть не дивлячись, що він молодше 18 років. І сьогодні у складі збірної України чемпіон світу нещодавно став.
Живу в Києві вже 11-й рік. Працюю менеджером в ресторані «Мусафір». Наш ресторан допомагає військовим, ми збираємо кошти. Коли почали виключати світло, то ми запустили пункт незламності. Ресторан працює не як ресторан, а як іменно пункт незламності. Ми даємо людям тепло, світло, чай, каву.
Ми маємо Крим повертати не тільки заради нас самих, а також заради того народу, який не має іншого місця на землі. Це за рахунок Кремли, для них, кримських татар.
Фронт він один. І я знаю, що чимало кримчан воює. Наприклад, хочу згадати свого теж одногрупника, з яким ми в Таврійському університеті навчалися, Сашко Кравченко. У нього позивний Крим, і він служив ще там року з 15-го. Він, на жаль, по-моєму, в квітні 14-го, 24-го, 22-го року він зник безвісті на Луганщині. Якщо вживати в одному реченні слова там «боротьба» і «Крим», то це в першу чергу про таких людей, як він.
Кожне покоління в Україні проходить свій жорстокий іспит. Іспит на людяність, іспит на витривалість, іспит на віру в нашу Україну. Дивлячись на те, що відбувається сьогодні, як всі на своїх ділянках – військові, лікарі, журналісти, енергетики, залізничники, волонтери – всі борються, всі докладають максимум зусиль, щоб доказати ворогу, що нас не зламати.
Я коли їздив на зйомки до військових в зону бойових дій, і там віри дуже багато. І в моменті мені здалося, що в повернення Криму вони, військові, які там, вірять більше, ніж я.
Я купив цей квиток. Я купив квиток на потяг Київ-Севастополь, коли він буде деокупований. Зараз він висвітлюється на центральному залізничному вокзалі. Так. І, звісно, мрію про потяг до Севастополя.
Надія на повернення Криму додому на підсознательному рівні, це когнітивний рівень. Маємо вірити, кримчани мають вірити, що про них тут не забули, що ми завжди з ними, вони завжди з нами. Про всіх вас пам'ятаємо, ми обов'язково прийдемо, обов'язково відсвяткуємо перемогу разом.
Сьогодні вже вирішив це питання. Коли? Це момент настав. Ні, перерва. Що у вас? Давай але через офіційні теж які будуть в посольствах. Законний представник за дорученням. Законний представник. Видає, тоді це зробити через консульство. А просто доручить за рік, правильно? Законний представник. Як це? Звернення робить родичі, родини, близькі. Звернення вони роблять. І вони ж керуються так. Вони можуть зробити. Тобто вони можуть самі особисто тебе звернутися, якщо якось потрапляють туди. Або є люди, які приїхали зараз. Протягом якого так, це трошки з'їжджати, але ми
Колеги, вітаю всіх. Продовжуємо роботу.
So let's resume our work. And I would like to give here the speech of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. So when they say when they speak of long-lasting peace, we have to understand that these are not mere words. The world had a chance to verify 12 years ago. The Russian aggression started with the occupation of part of our country, and the world seemed to be oblivious to this. The world suggested that Ukraine should be silent. That's when Putin believed that he can go forward with a full-out invasion and more aggression. So now we think back to this experience, to this global lesson, and to those who showed resistance to this aggression. And this resistance is one of the predecessors to long-lasting peace. We're thankful to those who support us, to support the work of our Crimea platform in different platforms that remind the world of Crimea and its occupation and Russia's aggressions against it, and to those who reinforces our efforts to bring back people from the captivity, and Russian presence in our peninsula just makes this aggression worse, but the world needs to know about it and support us further. So the reminder of the rights of people in the occupied Crimea is a good starting point for the discussion to follow on the international reaction and efforts. Sevgil Musayeva, editor-in-chief of Ukrainian Pravda, will be the moderator, and the panelists, Margarita Sokorenko, agent of Ukraine before the European Court of Human Rights, Vitaly Secretar, first deputy head of the Prosecutor's Office of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Elvin Kadyrov, representative of the Commissioner for the Rights of Residents of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Alina Grigoras, head of the Occupied Territory Unit, and Olga Skripnik, head of the Crimean Human Rights Group. Thank you for introducing the speakers. You made it easier for me. So I just suggest that maybe we should then set aside 15 minutes for a Q&A. So we're marking the 12th anniversary of the Crimean occupation and resistance of the Ukrainian people, and when it comes to the violations of human rights, we have faced it since the so-called Crimean Spring, when reporters registered those violations, and I remember the detained journalists and the when I'm asked about the international events and on international platforms, I said that what happened 4 years ago, and when it comes to Rishat Akhmetov's kidnapping, it has a direct consequence and direct effect. It's a direct effect because there was no due international reaction, and we will come to that today. So we have to speak of dynamics. we have to speak of how occupation authorities have changed their approaches in Crimea. And I'd like to start with Olga's speech, because Olga has been documenting the violations from the first days of the Crimean Spring. I remember that she left Crimea on the 16th of March, the day of referendum, because just to stay in the Crimea for the people who were documenting those violations was quite risky. So now we discussed that the Russians have changed their approaches, but I'd like Olga for you to speak a little bit how things have started and how they have changed, what is the dynamics, and how it has changed towards 2025, and what the occupation authorities are focusing on now, and how these mechanisms towards handling the violations of human rights in Crimea has changed. So thank you for joining this event. Thank you to partners for helping organize this. So yes, these are emotional days. It's been 12 years since the start of the war. These memories are still very bright, very vivid, because they have changed our lives. So with the occupation in 2014, Ukraine started even back then, documenting international crimes, because it started from the first days of the occupation. So from the very days of the occupation, we had this experience, and we started documenting. This is invaluable now. As we speak about the path we have taken to justice, to achieve justice, and I now mean those who lived in Crimea, to those who came there despite this events in Maidan. So human rights defenders, journalists, they came to us, and these were people with advocacy experience. And I remember our military quarters in Crimea, where the representatives of human rights. The human rights defenders, they were already there, they were documenting. And I remember the early March when Rishad Akhmetov was kidnapped and fell as a victim of this war. So I remember that back then, so Andriy Shikun and Anton Kowalski, and I remember I saw other colleagues, and they informed a lot of cases that are now seen by the Ukrainian system. Those were some odd cases at the beginning, just here and there. But 2 weeks afterwards, before the referendum, it became evident that those were not the odd cases of abduction. And this sign of resistance was quite vivid, and Russia was trying to suppress it in a very brutal way. So the first stage of occupation of Crimea was really related to abductions of Crimean Tatar activists and Ukrainian activists. The destinies of some of them are unknown. The Russian Federation have not ensured any due scene of those cases and investigations. And on our end, the Oleg Sentsovs and Alexander Kolchenko, Alexei Afanasyev's cases. So those were the cases that started the wave of international investigations. And the case of the 26th of February, when Akhtem Choghoz was imprisoned, and since 2014, the clear mass actions of the Russian Federation started. That was the policy to suppress any resistance. It started with persecutions or prosecutions of Crimean Tatars on fabricated charges, and now we have about over 100 Crimean Tatars that are serving sentences on false charges. Also, there were charges against some shadow or clandestine witnesses. So back then, the head of FSB was Pelagin, who really saw the cases of Crimean Tatar people, and so then the practice started of different undermining activities against, allegedly undermining activities against the state of Russia. People were detained, they were tortured on false charges. It all lasted for years, and this was the practice that was initially created so that it would be scaled up later. And with the events in Crimea, it became clear that Russia was preparing for a bigger aggression that started in 2022, and we saw the way they acted in the occupied territories. Crimea came first. In 2015, Russia launched the first illegal campaign promoting drafting our citizens and promoting the drafting campaign to Crimeans, and even the people from Crimea that were mandatorily drafted, and they were part of the acts of aggression in mainland Ukraine afterwards. So everything that Russia has been doing, they practiced it, they tested it in Crimea. So and now, since 2022, this prosecutions got even worse, and in 2022, Crimea started a new wave of resistance. It would seem that after so many years of occupation, and when and the imposed myth coming from Russia that Crimea belongs to Russia, and with the events of Bucha that also steered the wave of resistance, many people they really went on riots, and they even one of the activists used the yellow and blue paint to on the administration, on the authorities in Yevpatoria. In Crimea, there are a lot of active resistance movements and a lot of non-violent resistance movements, like Zhovta Strichka. If at the beginning of the invasion, about 115 our citizens were imprisoned. Now we have about 280 our co-citizens that are serving a sentence on false charges, and there are no mechanisms, solid mechanisms to bring them back. Because all the prisoner swaps that are taking place, they are almost devoid of people from Crimea. Like Narimal Jalal was part of the exchange, but these are just scarce, these cases. When it comes to tendencies, Russia after 2022 have just stopped using any limitations. even when it comes to women. So there are over 60 females now that are prosecuted on false charges. These are Crimean Tatar women and Ukrainian women. And one of the scariest detentions that we all remember, end of 2025, were four Crimean Tatar women. One of them is Esma, and she's a wife of a political prisoner who is serving a sentence, and she has 5 children. But it didn't stop the Russians. Also, those charges were against women who resisted in 2014, like Oksana Sidalchuk, who was rallying, and Russians detained her in late 2024. And those prosecutions are part of targeted policy to suppress any forms of resistance, to impose fear on the population, to intimidate people. And this policy has become harsher, but it doesn't suppress all the resistance. So we have tried recently, until for a while, to analyze the cases and whether the charges were against whom, against people who are supporting Ukraine openly, the people who are just donating to support Ukraine. So have you been tracking, and is there the full-scale digital control in Crimea? Yes, there are attempts to from Russia to control any spaces, and digital especially. And there was a journalist who was detained, or there were charges put forward against a journalist who allegedly criticized the Russian government in his article. And any attempts to support Ukraine are suppressed. That can be somebody singing a song about Ukraine, or anything that can be a report stating the evidence of crimes of Russians in Crimea. So, in fact, the number of cases that we document, they grow every year. But despite this pressure on Ukrainians, our Crimean Tatars, our citizens continue to show resistance. Russian Federation is trying to usurp any messengers, any message exchanges. Like, for example, they used Telegram to fabricate certain cases, like FSB officers. They lured people into certain actions, and they opened criminal proceedings against them. And Russians are trying to control any types of information exchanges that may seem tricky. Even donations as low as 50 hryvnias can be prosecuted and cause and lead to a life sentence, for 10-year life sentence. And there was this Ukrainian citizen who was fined and who was charged with 12 years in prison, even though she had a young child, for some kind of sign of resistance. Thank you, Olga. I'd like to invite Alina Grigoras from the Territory Unit of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine. They have gathered quite a volume of evidence since 2014. So can we say that there is a systematic policy from the occupier authorities, and tell us about the groups that are active in Crimea.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea for inviting us and for the fruitful and engaging cooperation that we've enjoyed throughout the years, and to all our partners without whom our work as UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine would be impossible, if not very difficult. Indeed, our mission has been monitoring the developments in terms of the human rights situation in Crimea since 2014, since the very occupation, the very beginning of the occupation, and we've been documenting facts about what's happening there. On grounds of that, we've observed how the situation evolved in terms of patterns, in terms of trends, and we can say indeed that in the last with the full-scale invasion, we've seen systematic and widespread imposition of Russia's laws and policies with the aim of replacing any Ukrainian identity, institution, law, culture, erasing in principle everything that is related to Ukraine in the occupied territories as well as in Crimea. And to be able to bring about that imposition, Russian Federation is violating all its international humanitarian and human rights law obligations by imposing them through threats, widespread arbitrary detention, incommunicado detention, oftentimes enforced disappearances, as well as widespread use of ill treatment and torture. That is to say that all means possible are used to suppress freedom of expression, especially targeting people that express pro-Ukrainian views or people that are expressing dissent with the occupation authorities' policies. Our targeted groups are already mentioned here: the Crimean Tatars, the people that are believed to be affiliated with Hizb ut-Tahrir. We have more than 100 Hizb ut-Tahrir cases that we've documented of arbitrary detention. Some of those people have been released, many remain in detention. But even the figures that we have are not the full picture, because the actual numbers is very difficult to verify and to get information about. And this is another trend that we're observing: the increasing difficulties to get access to sources in Crimea because of the overall environment of fear, what you've been saying, especially since 2022. The Russian Federation has been applying its own criminal legislation in terms of war censorship, charging residents of the occupied territories under Russian criminal laws, which are, first of all, inconsistent with the human rights obligation, and we have human rights committees that have pronounced themselves on the unlawfulness of those laws and their incompatibility with international human rights obligations. And second of all, applying them in occupied territories, which is again a violation of international humanitarian law, where even the occupying power has to apply the laws of the country, which would be the laws of Ukraine, and Ukraine doesn't have such legislation that bans war censorship. The number of trials is very large. We have documented all the administrative fines that have been issued, but we've also documented 12 criminal prosecutions when people have been sent to prison for simple statements in solidarity with Ukraine, for simply expressing their views and their opinions without committing any crime. So speech has become a crime in the occupied territories. Again, we've documented only in 2022, up until now, 25 new cases of severe human rights violations, including arbitrary detention and imprisonment under charges such as extremism. People are charged with extremism again for displaying symbols that are associated with Ukraine. I don't know, it could be the national symbols, it could be the flag of Ukraine. That can bring you to prison currently in Crimea. So I'm saying that because it's becoming increasingly risky for people in Crimea to share information with the international human rights community and to share information with the world outside. So we have to be very careful in terms of how we reach to that information. And for us, it's very essential because that's how we document and that's how we verify the patterns of human rights violations. And this documentation is critical because it's going to lay the grounds and the foundation for future accountability. And I believe my colleague panelists are going to speak about the latest judgment of the European Court. And I'm proud to say that evidence documented by our monitoring mission on human rights have been used in the past by the European Court to substantiate the pattern of human rights violations and have been used also to corroborate Russia's responsibility for these violations in the occupied territory. The other thing that we're monitoring is the forced displacement. People are increasingly forced to leave Crimea. They are forced to leave the occupied territories simply because life becomes too dangerous there. And once people have left, it's almost impossible to return. And someone in the morning panel said that our goal should be, in the end, accountability and the return of all people that have been arbitrarily detained, possibilities for safe return of everyone back to their homes in Crimea as long as they want to do so, and justice. Justice for perpetrators and justice for the victims of human rights violations. I'll be happy to elaborate more, but
Я не можу не поставити питання стосовно.
Well, actually, I wanted to also, as a follow-up question, I want to ask you that since the start of Crimea's occupation, there was always a request to enable monitoring mission activities in Crimea. There was a constant request coming from the Ukrainian government, from the human rights activists. Is that possible? We haven't seen that happening. Or is this issue closed forever and we are not going to go back to that? Because we haven't seen any response from Russia. Or should we be more insistent?
Indeed, we've enjoyed great cooperation of the government of Ukraine. We have freedom of movement. We're documenting the human rights situation in Ukraine as well. But Russian Federation has been denying access to the occupied territory. The last time we've had the presence and the mission in Crimea was in 2014, and we didn't have access since then. Also, the issue with the access is that we want unhindered access to the places of detention. We want unhindered and we need unhindered access to victims of human rights violation, and this is something that the Russian Federation is not willing and is not ready to guarantee. Therefore, we do not have a presence in the occupied territories, and the all work that we are doing is remote monitoring with the support of trusted partners such as the mission, the President's mission, and the human rights organizations that are here, as well as our own direct access to victims of human rights violations, lawyers, their families, and anyone that has knowledge about the events there. So in spite of lack of access, we are doing all our best to collect this evidence, to document, and then to engage with the Russian Federation on platforms such as the Human Rights Council in Geneva and the General Assembly. And that's where the things that were documented are all public, and they are presented by the Secretary General at the General Assembly. And that's one forum where other member states that are supportive of Ukraine, that are promoting the human rights agenda, can demand accountability from the Russian Federation.
Тоді ми плавно переходимо.
Okay, then we are moving to the accountability issue, and now I would like to bring Vitaly on board to our discussion. Well, after Crimea was occupied, the prosecutor office started to work in exile. It's a really unique situation. You don't have access to this area, but there is a high demand for justice, and Crimean prosecutor office, since its establishment, you are trying to meet this demand. Of course, it's hard for obvious reasons, but you're doing a lot of progress in this area since your foundation. First of all, what I would like to ask you is, what are the trends that you are seeing, and what is your major focus after the 13 years of your operations? Well, thank you for your question. After we started working here in the mainland Ukraine, it's harder for us to implement our remit, our mandate. We had to adapt and change the principles that we are using to conduct our activities. Unfortunately, right now we don't have access to these areas, and throughout Crimea's occupation, we've sent around 1,100 cases. We've submitted them to courts. We have over 400 sentences under these cases, and 70% it's our activities throughout the last 1.5 years. And the government started to respond to these sentences. Before that, we didn't have trial in absentia. We were able to inform about the suspicion, but were unable to file documents with the courts. And 2022, it was a crucial moment in terms of changing the mentality of the entire legal community. Everyone realized that Crimea, it's not just some faraway land that is occupied. It's a testing ground and springboard for the other crimes that are happening not only in Crimea but in other parts of Ukraine. And when I heard about the findings of the investigations about Bucha, many people were shocked, were terrified, because that was the first time they heard about that. But our criminal files, they showed that this was basically tried out in Crimea. Rishat Ametov case that was mentioned today, we filed charges against the persons who abducted the Rishat, and the nature and the modus operandi that was used to violate his rights, it was rolled out to Donetsk and Luhansk. Similar tactics were used in Kherson and in Kiev. So I fully support my previous speakers in saying that it's a clear policy on the part of Russian Federation. They are trying to subjugate and impose these violent processes against the people living in their lands. And we are focusing on the war crimes, and there is a lot of collaboration going on at the national level and at the international level. We were the first prosecutor office who started to inform the ICC about the crimes committed in Crimea, and already in 2020, after the former ICC judge, she believed that she saw reasons to start investigations based on our filings, and in 2022 this case, the ICC had all our files. We've made 13 submissions regarding forced conscription, forced deportation, children militarization, illegal persecutions against Crimean Tatars in Crimea, and many other cases. We did that to make sure that we can strengthen our own effort, but also we can make sure that the international community gives a proper assessment of what's going on. And we realized that our colleagues would be interested in our files, and we worked together with the government's commissioner for the human rights and with the European Court for Human Rights as well. And we worked with the monitoring mission, with the European Council. We provided all the evidence to be able to corroborate the charges that we issued. And we are even taking part in EU-Ukraine consultations. We participated in those processes to inform our European partners about the violations going on in Crimea, for them to be able to apply political measures or sanctions. And right now, the key major part of the cases are about the deportations. There are around 50,000 people who were registered as IDPs, and 30,000 they decided to cancel their rights because many people left abroad. And we have identified, we have issued, we have identified 13,000 cases against our citizens who were expelled for reasons of their nationality. And just recently, just last week, we identified such a person in Germany. We reached out to the German authorities. There is also the issue of conscription by Russia. We have issued, we have gotten sentences for 13 military commissioners, military commanders for illegal conscription. And there is also the children deportation and children militarization. We have got sentences against different leaders of military organizations in Russia that are engaged in patriotic education of the Ukrainian youth. And we are still seeing the trend towards an increase in the number of children involved. Just recently, one of the military leaders came to a school in Crimea to promote military conscription and enlisting in the armed forces. He was saying that military education can give them promotions in on their social career. So, and other cases, the case of the 26th of February, it's close to its completion. Mykola Semenei case, it's also at the deliberation stage. So we will see sentences soon for cases that were long in the process of, in the making. And basically, we built some culture around investigation. We built practices. The first case that was listened to by the Supreme Court, it was about it was launched by Crimean prosecutor office against one of the military leaders. We managed to create first precedents and get first sentences in terms of deportation and militarization of children. Basically, we set the foundations that our colleagues can use right now while investigating the war crimes in other oblasts. As a follow-up question, what you are describing right now, deportations, the stories around militarization, forced conscription, all these things are about changing the identity on the part of Russia. Is there any holistic approach from the prosecutor office in terms of investigating these crimes to make sure that this evidence may be used as a foundation for the ICC in genocide trials? For example, for children deportation, can we show it as a systemic policy of Russia aimed at changing the identity, which has basically is genocide?
So when we started our work here in documenting war crimes, we realized that, you know, our legislation does not prove the crimes against humanity. So our work with the prosecutor's office, we collected this evidence, and when we justified them, we referred to the Roman statutes of the criminal court with regards to the crimes against humanity. So we pointed out to the prosecutor's office, and when the prosecutor general of that court, you know, our purpose was to show that these crimes are being inflicted, and so all the evidence that we collected, we want to start a new criminal proceeding against the fact of crime against humanity in Crimea for political persecutions, and this will be one of the first precedents because no one has ever seen such cases, and there is no extensive experience on that, and so this starts with work with the institutions in Crimea and media outreach. These will all be part of this criminal proceeding. So restoring justice. In this respect, I would like Margarita to step in. We have some results. It's well-acclaimed historical case, Kirov against Russia, and this was a historical decision or historical sentence. So can it be treated as a precedent for other cases to follow? So I'm very happy to be part of this important discussion today. Several weeks ago, months to be exact, there was a verdict against individual claims, Kirov against others. It's unique compared to other decisions of the European Court that we have analyzed because it's not that it was supported and acclaimed by the European Court, stating that proving that there were the violations of certain representatives because they were not, their stance was not in line with the stance of the Russian Federation, and they were rallying, and they were, there were administrative and criminal charges against them. So the court claimed that those were not just illegal claims, but that these people fell victims to illegal policy of Russia against Crimean Tatars for not supporting the key policy of the Russian Federation, and the court claimed that it was part of the pattern that the Russian Federation was using since 2014 against the state of Ukraine, against Ukrainian citizens, to Crimean Tatars, Ukrainian citizens that lived in Crimea, to suppress their resistance. And this is the continuation of the state of Ukraine's claims that Ukraine filed from the first days of the Russian occupation of Crimea, thinking back to 2014 to the February-March events. We all were waiting the reaction of the international community, and it's a great pain for me to recall that the first reactions was the anxiety, then deep anxiety followed, but the European Court was the institution that was first to step in to react to the crimes of the Russian Federation. And I remember that in early March we started receiving from the European Court the requests to support the cases of abductions of people, of our reporters went missing. It was so difficult to vet any information, to verify anything regarding the what was going on with our people in Crimea. Bekirov and others, this case is important just not in terms of just patterns of the subjugation and suppression of our citizens, but also the European Court is on the stage of seeing individual cases, because in 2014 we were asked why the European Court does not see individual claims, but in fact there was a stage when it was maybe not quite possible, because those claims, the claims that exist now and their volume, they were gathered to prove that this has been a systemic policy against Ukraine, and not just against some part of Ukraine or some part of occupied territory, and that it has been done over time, because we had claims not just against Crimea, not just related to Crimea, but also from Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. So we were monitoring these processes, and it was important for us to gather, to document, and to see that everything that started in Crimea, it just was extrapolated on other occupied territories of Ukraine, and it was scaled up. It became even more systemic, and we could observe the links to the Crimean situation. For example, the deported children cases. In 2014, we were aware of certain potential cases for Crimea, for Donetsk and Luhansk, but then, with years to come, we could see the scale of it by 2022, and the children were transported from the they were transported, and then they were indoctrinated in special camps. So it all started with Crimea, but then it scaled up significantly, and we continue seeing more of such cases with the start of full-out invasion. When it comes to the European Court, in 2022, the Council of Europe, it excluded Russian Federation from the board of its members, following legal procedures, and for Russian Federation, the convention stopped being obliging. Unfortunately, after 16th of September 2022, there is no opportunity to have those claims of violation of human rights against Russia in Ukraine. But Bekirov and others, we have this verdict. We will have other. That's my question, in fact. What other verdicts do you expect? Well, in fact, for example, we have wrapped up the procedure of the paperwork procedure, and but as a claimant, Russia, it doesn't really react. So the European Court just keeps sending them the notices of certain cases being against them, claims against them being seen, and In some cases, the information swap procedure has been complete. For other cases, this procedure is still underway. They are against the right to property, their respect to family life. So this is a whole range of human rights violation. And in terms of adopting Ukrainian children by the citizens of the Russian Federation, as pity as it may be, the whole range of crimes are with the European Court of Human Rights. And we're awaiting their decisions, but their decisions of the European Court of Human Rights on human rights is not the end of the process, because then the implementation takes place, and then the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe steps in, where we, together with the representatives of the Council of Europe states, 46 members, discuss how the decision needs to be implemented. So we think of the procedures. Do you have, is your forecast optimistic here? Yes, it is. Because this is, you know, these are closed door sessions. But there is a great support from the Council of Europe members, and we are on lookout for new approaches to work with the Council of Europe on how to implement the decisions of the European Court on Human Rights. If the claimant refuses to enforce the decision. So there was a case where the Cabinet of Ministers ruled out an unusual decision, and the decision was that to ensure the effective implementation of the decisions, it's important not just to work systematically, but also to work with other international organizations, and it's important that such individual cases as Bekirov and others inform the efforts of other international organizations. The Council of Europe now works to pass on in detail these conclusions to other international organizations to inform their efforts. This is just to support of what has been brought up by other speakers, that this external pressure must continue on the Russian Federation, so that eventually we can force them to react. I'm optimistic in this regard, because Ukrainian side is very insistent, and it's contagious for other countries. We are in the middle of a raid alert, but we are monitoring the situation, and if it gets grave, we'll go to the shelter. So the floor is open for questions, and online audience, you're welcome also to ask questions, please. Elvin Kadyrov, over to you. Elvin is working on a specific issue, the healthcare for people that have been illegally detained. So can you please share on people on cases where people were not getting any help, or when this not getting help led to death. And what are the conditions people are kept in detention centers? Thank you for this, for having me. 12 years of occupation. It's been 12 years of human rights violation when the occupation authorities has been violating all kinds of human rights. But the institution of the Commissioner for the Rights of Residents handles not just the cases of those with health conditions, but also other people who are living in the territory of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. So we speak of forced passportization and indoctrination. So persecutions on charges of religious, certain religious affiliate against the representatives of religious confessions, and but this is the matter of the life of people being depending on untimely medical help. And I mean the people who are in the detention facilities, and we have registered 40 people in really severe with really severe health conditions. These people, some of them are critically ill. They need immediate help, and Article 3 of the Convention of Human Rights of international law applies to these people, which qualifies their not providing of medical help as a crime. Jamil Kafarov and Konstantin Shilin were tortured. When they were ill, we turned to the Commissioner, we turned to international organizations, to the Russian Federation through their ombudsman, Tatiana Moskalkova, to asking them to foster the process of ensuring that these people receive adequate medical assistance. But these requests fell flat on them, and these people kept being tortured. We have Sultan Mametov, we have Iryna Danilovich, Yashar Moldinov, and the disabled person with visual impairment, Alexander Sizikov. It's difficult to act within the international frameworks because Russia does not follow the verdicts and doesn't follow its international obligations. And there is a list of medical conditions where people cannot be held with such conditions, and there was a person who they set free, let go, but they let them go, and this person spent several days in his home, but then FSB did their job in such a way that to bring him back to prison. The international community can see what is going on, but it's the matter of working international mechanisms, and there are some positive developments under this clause in the closed doors and during the closed door sessions, because I hope that there are positive developments, because it's hard just to evidence human rights violations for 12 years, and it's hard to see that there are no actionable mechanisms, but there should be amendments to improve international law. The international community has been following what is going on in Ukraine, and of course, who will protect people in Ukraine in their fight for justice. The Ombudsman for the Rights of People, Dmytro Lubinets, he has been using different platforms to bring up the relevant matters related to human rights. We have partners. We have been cooperating closely with the Ombudsman of Turkey, and through him we turned directly to the Russian Federation. Also, separately, we contacted Tatiana Moskalkova. Do you get any response from her? Sometimes. This is the key answer. Sometimes, but it didn't yield in any results, because there is the law. That demands to set these people with a grave state medical condition free. I know we had this case with Victoria Rochina, who was imprisoned, and she asked for medical help, but she wasn't provided any. And when the Red Cross mission came to the prison where she was serving a sentence, but she was hidden, and were there such cases in Crimean prisons? We cannot document it, but the Red Cross, they have the right to do this, and they have access, maybe, but when we turned to the Red Cross, they said that the Russian Federation does not allow them to take the trips and to do the monitoring and to help the prisoners. Yes, but can the ICRC or can the Red Cross do their job better so that they do get access to the prisoners? Well, yes, it's an important matter. So even when they cannot do their job, they do not voice this. Maybe they wait for a chance to be provided with such an opportunity by the Russian Federation. But to be silent to murders, silent to tortures, this is a crime that it shouldn't be committed. And in terms of receiving information from relatives, we receive that information, and sometimes the relatives would just send by mail the medications, but these medications, of course, wouldn't reach in many cases, or in most cases, the people in need, and that's why we qualify it as physical and moral tortures. And as for example, these prisoners would be reached by the guards, and the guards would say, don't even dream of leaving this place. And of course, then the understanding is that these people is in a dead end. They are isolated from the friends and family. And then these people who is in prison for a long time, they lose hope, they lose the will to keep on going, and to lose they just stop fighting and
well, you know, this link with Crimea, it's really important to us as the government. And when we are talking about the occupation, we are talking not only about the land, we are also talking about the people. And it's important to make sure that the connection is there. And we are engaging with the families, we are supporting them, we are telling them of what we can do. And every stage of our effort, we inform about that the families, for them to see. But the result depends not only upon us, but the international community can do more. We reached out. Lubinets reached out to his counterparts in Turkey, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and he raised this issue with them to put pressure for medical treatment to be provided. Thank you, Alvin. We have some questions from the audience, from the online audience. And let's start with Vitaly. The question to you. Is there any possibility to outlooks for the occupation administration officials to be held accountable through international mechanisms? Well, we have seen the international mechanisms in practice. We expected that the warrant against Putin would be implemented. Unfortunately, not always they not always work. But recently, Ukrainian Pravda and other media mentioned one Russian high-ranking officials who was detained in Poland. Nobody expected that would happen, but now we are waiting for the Polish court decision if it's possible to get this person extradited. So as Margarita said, we are positive about that. We are hopeful. We are trying to put pressure at the national and international level. We are providing evidence to the authorities issuing the warrants, including the ICC. So we hope and do our best to make it happen. Thank you. And two more questions. Is it realistic to talk about compensations for the victims over the next years? I think Olga can take this question, and Vitaly. And have been any practical cases of actions against Russia? Well, difficult question, but let's try to answer it. When it comes to compensations and reparations, probably that's the most painful issue. When we are looking at the European Council website, when we see the damage register, they are talking about the events after 2022. We are talking about inclusivity and other things, but we seem to be forgetting about the previous part of the war. Margarita said that there is a trend towards getting these facts to be recognized through courts' rulings. So hopefully the citizens who suffered as a result of the Russia's occupation policy, they will be supported. And when it comes to transfer of money, the transfer of cash, for example, when the ships are seized, ships that illegally entered the ports, the cash raised from these ships are transferred for victims' support. Thank you, Vitaly. And when it comes to the damage register and the compensation mechanism that is right now being established by the European Council, what I would say is that it's a challenge. I'm not saying that there is no chance for victims to get the compensations. It's true, the damage register was established, and there is a potential to get compensation since 2024, since 24th of February 2022, because that date was stated in the General Assembly resolution. That was the basis for this register, and in the last European Court ruling in the case of Russia versus the Netherlands, it was stated that all further consultations and negotiations around the functioning of the compensation commission, the entity that will be considering the claims submitted to the damage register, they need to also look at the ECHR the rulings, where it's stated the Russia is responsible for human rights violations in Crimea since the 26th of February 2014, and they are responsible for human rights violations in temporarily occupied areas of some parts of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast since May 2014, and of course during the full-scale invasion. And these rulings, from what we currently see, these rulings, and they enable us to work with the European Union, with the European Council, and improve the damage register as compared to what it is right now. Thank you. And another question or comment. This is a question and comment for Olga and Alina. What are the monitoring tools are used for crimes and realistic tools that can be used by the monitoring mission and by our human rights activists? Olga? Thank you for this question, and let me go back to the register first. My colleagues have already provided some information, so you can see that there is a chance, as we said. We are hopeful, and Ukraine is entitled to expect changes in terms of the damage register. And some things looked unrealistic several years ago. Now Ukraine is getting all these things through at the European platforms. So Ukraine has to lead this process, and Margarita gave legal arguments why we are entitled to these changes. I truly believe that they will happen. Another point is it's important for Ukraine to make sure that they comply and do their own homework around the national legislation. And we need to have monitoring system and registering system in place to document property damage and other types of damages. And we have already done a lot of effort in this regard, but it's important for us to have an efficient mechanism to document and register all this damage done to our people. Now, coming back to the monitoring tools, we have a public event. That's why probably I cannot mention all of the things that are ongoing. I will have to limit myself. Of course, we are using OSINT. There are many sources that are public, but let me say that Russia is doing the same. And many decisions, many rulings of the occupation courts, they are disappearing from the websites. Russia is deleting them because they know that sooner or later they will be held accountable. That's why some of the tools, they become less available, less accessible. Ukraine has done already a lot at the prosecutor office level. Many things have been documented. Many of our Ukrainian human rights activists have been documenting these things, even following the international standards. Now it enables us to preserve this information. It was part of their effort with the Ministry of Justice, with the effort with the Ombudsman, the files that were filed with the ICC and other international institutions. And that was basically was possible because of the proper documentation. Now, people and witnesses and the survivors, they are also working and are giving testimony. Of course, it's hard to do with people who are in the occupation, but people who left for Ukraine's controlled areas or abroad, they are testifying and providing evidence. Even when it comes to civilians we are looking for in Russian captivity, it's important to hear about civilian captives from people who were released from Russian captivity, and they provide a lot of important evidence. There are other mechanisms, field mechanisms. I cannot give you more details, but even in the occupied areas, it's still possible to work there, thanks to people that basically are at the center of our event today, people who are resisting. Because giving this information about human rights violations in Crimea, it's a risk of getting abducted and detained, but people are still doing that. And they are enabling us to continue with the international accountability effort, thanks to these brave people. And it's invaluable what they are doing for the sake of justice, even when they are there under these tremendous risks. They are doing that. That's why I believe we have to remember these people and work for the sake of these people, because they are putting at risk much more than we are. And it's great that we still have this source available to us. And before I move to Alina, first of all, I would like to remind that you can ask questions. Alina, your floor.
It's very difficult to speak after Olga, so it's not much that I have to add in terms of monitoring sources. It has been said. For us, it's also important to capture the latest trends and developments in the occupied territories in Crimea. That is why with our team we are going to Domanove, where we can still speak with the people that are still leaving the occupied territories, and they are able to share with us their own first-hand testimonies. We rely very much on those testimonies. We corroborate, of course, we verify, and then we check that the information is reliable. We also have field offices, and our colleagues are able to speak with the people that have left the temporarily occupied territories and are living in places like, I don't know, Dnipro or Mykolaiv or any other parts of Ukraine. First-hand testimonies are important. We're using the reasonable grounds to believe, to identify patterns and trends. And our hope is that in the event of international criminal accountability, there is going to be individual criminal responsibility for perpetrators. So I think that's all our joint efforts will one day lead towards individual criminal accountability for perpetrators.
Дуже дякую, Аліно. І наостанок.
Thank you, Alina. And before we move on to Q&A, I would like to ask one simple question to everyone on our panel. And of course, the elephant in the room is the issue of justice. We are collecting this evidence about violations. There are many of them. No national justice system would be able to handle all of that. All of these challenges. I am talking not only about Crimea, but also the other parts of Ukraine that are temporarily occupied. But what is the minimum thing we can do to make people feel in Crimea that there is justice for them? Olga? Just in a nutshell, just very briefly, because we have still Q&A. Thank you. But first of all, I think for people who are there, it's important for us to continue to do what we are doing here. And using all our opportunities, because the journey to justice, it's a winding and long road. Despite everything going on around us, the key things for us is to keep going, and that's what will support people there. And one more point is that it's important to continue to strive towards justice, and also we need to raise the voice of people who are there, who are unable to speak, and that's what we expect. What they expect from us. They cannot speak. That's why we have to speak for them and fight for their justice. Alina?
I'll just pick up from Olga's last point. It is our duty, the ones that are in safety on the government-controlled territories or abroad or international missions, to speak for those that have to remain silent just because their lives and their families might be endangered. So we will continue to bring visibility to the issues, to speak about it on all platforms, to document it.
Lvin.
Well, it's a complicated question. I mean, all justice-related issues are complicated. But I believe that people from Crimea, they have to see that we are doing our best and even taking and going the extra mile to achieve justice. Sometimes they see that the government or people, they are not doing what they are able to do. That's why we have to we have to make our best effort. We have to come up with new formats, new modalities. We cannot stay complacent with what we have done. We have to look for and search for new ways. What do you mean, which ways? Well, we have some insights, we have some ideas, but I'm not going to speak publicly about them right now. We will try to implement them, and if some seriously ill people are returned, we will be able to state that these ways were successful. But you know, when people have serious illnesses, you are doing your best if that's about your relative. It doesn't mean that we will have 100% of their survival, but at least we will make people in Crimea understand, people who are still resisting. They will see that the government is behind them, that the civil society is behind them. Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, I believe that when it comes to Crimea, we can basically use it as an example to show the solidarity between the government and the civil society. It's a rare exception. For example, civil society, they can reach out to the prosecutor office, and we will share with them our information that we have, and we will try to protect people from violations they suffered. And today we have many sentences in absentia, but I believe it's a step forward to make sure that to make sure that we can support this process, maintain it. We will have some foundation. We will not have to start from scratch when Crimea is liberated, and we will make sure that these crimes are never repeated again. So it's about prevention, and it's basically a possibility to apply our practices after we liberate Crimea.
Thank you. I don't think I'll share any other unique thoughts in this regard. Well, our work is about people. You know, the grounds for this claims was, you know, just to share information, not just about not about violations, but about the tragedies of specific people, that to attribute names to these cases, and the information that we elicited from the state bodies, from civil society organizations. That was a great example of coordinated effort. We also worked directly with the victims, with witnesses, with victims of the Russian Federation whose rights were defended, and they living in the occupied territories. We told them that we would send this information to the International Court. We warned them that there is a potential risk to them, and they said their response was, we want these our stories to be out, or this information to be out. We want Russian Federation to be held accountable, and we want to do all we can. And through our work, through this dry, so to say, devoid of emotion, legal reports, we want with these reports to give the voices to this people. So thank you, Margarita. Do we have any questions from the floor? No questions. Okay, so it has been quite a full-fledged discussion. Thank you, dear speakers. And so over to Iryna now. So I think that after this conversation, we may once again say thanks to all the participants, all the panelists. We have spoken a lot about home. That's because the title of today's event is Crimea is the Home, and we have spoken a lot about children, about generations, about the specific girls and boys that have to be brought up in free Ukraine. We have talked a lot about the space, about the clean air, about the flora and fauna, and these are not just lyrical words. These mean specific places cleared of mines that are safe, the places where you can return. Thank you, dear participants. Glory to Ukraine.